No, we won't be creating a wizard this time. Wizard was last time, and I was just a dumbass and forgot to actually click done while trying to while trying to change the subject. So, if you're wanting to see more about wizards, double what? Fuck. Wait, from my mic? Hold on, what? Nani? Hold on. No, I think that might be just on you. I'm not being too loud, right? I might have been speaking loud. I apologize, but no, there shouldn't be double audio anywhere. Yeah, it's you. It's you. Um, no, it's okay. Okay, what else do I need to do? Well, enable my camera first of all. Hi. First of all, hi. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Oh, that's my headphones. That's my microphone stand. I am so sorry. I haven't been streaming in a while. I mean, the last stream was on Thursday. Usually the last stream was supposed to be on Saturday. But I had a weekend trip, so I did my stream on Wednesday instead. But we are back to the normal schedule, and we are finally done with the classes. Which means we are finally able to move on to more advanced subjects such as multiclassing, the magic system, feats, things such as DM tips, how to utilize the Dungeon Master's Guide, so on and so forth. And I have a lot of things planned. And I am very excited for that. But without further ado, let's at least switch over here, shall we? Hi. Hi, I just realized I'm missing something. Hold on. Oh lord, no stream without scuff. Oh, like and thank you so much for keeping up your subscription and for being a familiar. God, Melissa, you are way too. Huh? You've been doing this for what, 4 months? And you still don't know your prep work. That's fine. There we go. Can't play D&D without the player's handbook now, can we? No, we can't. That's the holy book. And I'm not talking about the holy tale. Oh no, we missed a hype. No, please, my heart can't take any more of those. So, and I apologize if my voice sounds down. That's because I napped until 30 minutes of the stream. So I have not yet opened my voice proper. But I was told that some people like tired Melissa, husky Melissa, so, you know. But it should clear up in 10 to 15 minutes. So, also gotta hydrate. Of course, just let me hydrate first, okay? Oh, thank you so much, Lycan. I mean, Kappa Pride worldwide, am I right? As for no, I'm not trying to make myself bigger or smaller. You know what? I should really use this feature of VTube Studio, huh? But since someone decided to use 5,000 points right at the start of the stream, well, ara ara. There you go. You're welcome. So, how's everyone been? No, you're not late. I'm late? No, I'm early. Kinda. No, perfect timing. Perfect timing. So sorry, somebody redeemed that. Somebody redeemed that redeem. But it's perfect timing. But how's everyone been? How's everyone been? How was everyone's weekend? I hope it was full of rest, and I hope it was fun, first of all, most importantly. And thank you so much for the follow, Gunimus Cadet. Appreciate it, appreciate it. And a wonderful piece of literature from Mad Method Mousy. It is indeed, indeed. It is the most holy book, at least to me. TBH, not that great, but at least today I get to chill with D&D content. Aw. Just built a Goblin Warlock for a game. I've been making Goblin laws for them, i.e. 7. All chickens must be liberated and then promptly consumed. 12. Fire is love. Spread the love. That sounds like goblins, alright. God, I have not played I have not run or played in a simple game where goblins are the main threat. I miss Lost Mine of Fendelver. That is one of my favorite adventures. I could play it 100 times, and all of those times would be different. It's a good time. It's a good time. It is a very good time. At least I would say so. I might be a bit biased though, but you know, it do be like that sometimes. Now, I hope that our custom scripts won't shit the bed today. They might. I kinda enabled them late. I didn't do any testing. So if the stream crashes, well, fuck me, I guess, right? My bad if that happened. Well, yeah. And, I was not expecting to wake up the fan art. That was quite humorous, I would say. Especially not that kind of fan art. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Okay, so the bot works. The roll bot works. Okay. Well, Koreanus, it was under my fan art tag. So, it counts, right? It counts. Yeah. Still, it's fan art. It counts. It counts. Yeah, we count those. We count those. I am flattered, but like, sheesh. Yeah. Anyway, God, Nelsa, wake up. Wake the fuck up. Lissy, wake up. I don't like this. Fan art under the second tab. Yeah, but you don't need to specify that, do you? No? No, you don't. You're just making it sound extra sus. I mean, it was sassy. Fair. It was rather sassy. And my first time DMing ITPK party in Lost Mines of Fandelver against Bugbears, they hadn't hit level 3 yet. Oof. It do be like that. It do be like that sometimes. Time to check the fan art tags. You've been warned. You've been warned. I had to make an NSW fan art tag because you people kept spamming my normal one with sassy art. So, yeah. In either case, I am very excited for today's stream because, well, we talked about starter stuff for how many months now? 3 months? Maybe 4. Because we went from Artificer all the way down to Wizard. And I wanted to show how character creation works. And I wanted those streams to be for all D&D players, from complete newbies, complete new players, to grizzled veterans and the like. And now that we're finally done with Wizard, we can get into the nitty gritties. We can get down to the brass tacks, right? And I put up a poll on Twitter. I asked, do people want to see multiclassing, magic, or feats next? And multiclassing was chosen. So here we are. And I am very excited to talk about it because it is it can be a bit confusing to complete new players, especially when you start combining different spellcasting classes. And you know how they determine your spell slots, and because there are full casters, half casters, third casters, so on and so forth. But I'm hoping that this stream can shed some light and some insight on those who would like it. So, yeah, finally got the stream. Welcome, welcome, Nix to Bat. Welcome. Also, I need a goddamn drink. I am so thirsty. There we go. And not only am I joined by my water bottle, I also have a. Hold on, let me see if my microphone catches. It should. There we go. A can of Coke Zero. Because mom needs some caffeine. No, no Pepsi. Not this time. They didn't have. Okay, listen. Listen. I know I'm usually on Team Pepsi, right? I'm usually on Team Pepsi. But I okay, because I had no, listen, it's not blasphemy, because I had to go on the weekend vacation, right? And since the cabin has a jacuzzi, and I wanted something easy to drink in the tub, so I didn't want to get bottles, but they didn't have multi packs for Pepsi cans, just for Coke. Anyway, a magical dad, been DMing my first time as a VTuber. It's been so fun. I'm glad you think so. I actually do want to make either a stream, a post, or simply talk about it. But the ways you can use Live 2D with your D&D games. And you don't have to be a VTuber or anything. You could just be playing in a regular online game, right? But I feel like it adds a bit of spice to your D&D games to be able to be your characters on cam. And, speak as them, act as them and everything. Sure, you can always do real life webcam, but some people think that's awkward, some people don't like that, etc., etc. And I feel like Live 2D is a nice alternative, though it requires either artistic skill and rigging skill or money. So it's a bit of an investment, and especially if you had to do the former, it's also a time investment. But I think it's cool. I've DM'd as myself to even to non-VTuber people. And it's been fun. It's been fun. I mean, I am a D&D character after all. I'm not just an OC created for VTubing, but I am a whole character sheet that existed before VTubing. And I simply decided, like, hey, if I turn this into a job, I can write off my art addiction as tax write-offs. That's a half truth, but it's fun. I think it would be fun. So if you have access to Live 2D, Vroid, whatever your preferred program is, try that with your D&D session and pitch that to your dungeon master or to your players. I think it's a lot of fun. Yes, character sheet. I have shown y'all my character sheet before. Hello everyone. Hi Melissa, how are you doing today? I am doing fantastic. A bit tired because, well, this is a graveyard shift for me, and I was napping before the stream, but I am doing fine otherwise. And before I move us onto the other scene, I would like to remind you all that the stream is affiliated with Tabletop Witchy, a company or a store that sells beautiful dice and dice-related miscellany. They sponsored my subathon, and I worked with them before, and they are wonderful people. So if you are a dice goblin like I am, feel free to check them out at this link that I'm putting in chat right now and use the code TieflingMelissa for 10% off your entire order. I have a ton of dice from them and they're also gorgeous. And Mysterious Phoenix. Thank you so much for the follow and welcome, welcome, welcome to the cottage. I hope you enjoy your stay and I hope you're having a most fantastic day. I hope your Tuesday has been going swimmingly. But here for the multiclassing, well, welcome.
Roll for initiative, suckers!
Roll for initiative, everyone. We are entering the multiclassing section of the Player's Handbook. So everyone in the chat, roll for initiative. Hey, Cog, did you just re-up your tier 3 subscription and just say come? Why am I not surprised? Also, I keep forgetting to take the bot out of this chat box. You know what? Somebody remind me to do that after the stream. I don't want to do that in the middle of the stream. So, let me just go over here. Nice. Oh god, I never... Hold on. Un momento, por favor. I just realized that the birds are still here. The birds are still here. Okay, there we go. There we go. Also stretch. Thank you so much for the stretch. And I need to move myself just a little bit here. There we go. And you know what time it is, people, right? I mean, I'm European, so I do, you know, my speaking is a hodgepodge of languages. I have a couple of sentences in Spanish, couple in Italian. I can curse your mother in Finnish if you want me to. So, no, I'm not a native Spanish speaker, unfortunately, but also thank you so much for the head pats. I'm just trying to make sure that the head pats don't break the stream, like they always do. Oh yeah, they're not. They are not broken, not quite yet. That's great. But this is the moment that everyone has been waiting for. Well, at least some people have been waiting for. But let me enable our beautiful Raven channel point redeem. Yeah, I did check my posture. I did take a sip. So, you know what? I will give you 2 for 1 and I will take another sip. Because water is pretty damn good. But I am enabling the Ravens now. Oh, Northerners are known for their love of metal. Do you enjoy metal music? No, so I don't... It's not my favorite, but I don't hate it either. So... Anyway, let's see how to familiar this scene. And redemptions have been on pause. Now, I hope that this actually works. It's working. It's working. Great. Beautiful. Beautiful. Now, if someone's curious of what's going on, well, these are our channel point redeems. And their subscription... Oh, well, the Stream Elements bot kindly advertised about that. I wanted something for you guys to do with your channel points, and I wanted to give something back to tier 2 and tier 3 subscribers. So, if you're a tier 1 or tier 2, no, I'm tier 2 or tier 3, I mean, you get a custom familiar that you can redeem with channel points. But if you're not a tier 2 or tier 3 subscriber, you can still redeem them. You just get a basic one. Because I don't want to pay gate any of my content. So, I want everyone to be able to enjoy it with equality. And there's just like a cute little skin, as you can see, all around. So, it's just a bird, but you can make it look after your D&D character, your OC, whatever you want, pretty much. So, these are all very cute. And thank you so much for the gift subs, and I appreciate them so much. And I hope everyone who received one will enjoy the emotes. But I do believe we are good to start the topic of the day, which is none other than multiclassing in 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons. Dice, you're gonna overload the system. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Let me pull this full screen. Now, when I say the word multiclassing, what comes to your guys' mind? What do you think when the word multiclassing is said? Also, Go Whisper, thank you so much for the follow and welcome. Welcome. Welcome to the cottage. A blasphemy. Cute spell, sword suck. School multiclasses, Hexblade Warlock, of course. Fighter Cleric, Cheese, lol, Hexadin. You know, all makes sense. I know, ACOG, I know. Yeah, I have a feeling that everyone who's played D&D for a bit longer, when they hear multiclassing, they hear, oh god, somebody's gonna multiclass Hexblade with Paladin again. Because that happens a lot. That happens so often, and that's why that's a meme on my Discord. And hello, the Ledesma52. Hi, welcome, welcome. Ranger Rogue, that's a fun one. That is a fun one. I think that multiclassing can be both a beautiful thing, but also a very dangerous thing in the wrong hands and around the wrong kind of party, wrong table, and all that. Now, granted, multiclassing is an optional rule in 5th edition. Now, though most people treat it as a base rule, but some tables might not run with multiclassing. And those people new here who don't know what multiclassing is, let me shed some light on that. And for that, we have to go to the 5th edition Player's Handbook. And in here, right after classes and personality and background and equipment, we have customization options. You're the only one who has ever said my name. A lot of people keep telling me that. Like, I'm like, oh, you pronounce my name right? Or things like that. I'm just a very international person. So pronunciation is easy for me. I don't know. I don't think that's a complicated name. A bot? I mean, casual sleepy gamer, if you want me to say your name wrong, I could say it the Finnish way, which would be Casual Sleepygamer. Would you like me to call you that? I wouldn't. That sounds gross. I don't like my accent. Well, I don't like the native accent. I try to remove it as much as I can. And this is the result. So, it does not. Oh my god. I don't want to sound like Hydraulic Press Channel. Please. Please, no. I do not. That does not sound based. That does not sound based. Can we get a native accent redeem? No. Over my dead body. Over my dead body. No. I refuse. Dagakotowaru. Also, hold on. Let me take another drink real quick. There we go. Ice here. Welcome, Sweaty Dynamite. Welcome. Not until the Bionicles lore. People, it's been weeks. Why are you still bringing up the Bionicles? Please. I'm a D&D content creator, not a... That's a good April Fool's joke. I will keep that in mind, though. Would you find a quote if I asked to say it in your native accent? Maybe. No promises, but... Anyway. And Sweaty, your Raven is being worked on. So you got a basic one for now, but one should be coming soon. So... But... Without further ado, Chapter 6 Character Customization Options. The combination of ability scores, race, class, and background defines your character's capabilities in the game, and the personal details you create set your character apart from every other character. And oh, Vertical Dragons, thank you so much for keeping up the subscription and for being a familiar. And enjoy your evolving potion. Even within your class and race, you have options to fine-tune what your character can do. But this chapter is for players who, with the DM's permission, want to go a step further. Even further beyond. This chapter defines two optional sets of rules for customizing your character: multiclassing and feats. Multiclassing lets you combine classes together, and feats are special options you can choose instead of increasing your ability scores as you gain levels. Your DM decides whether these options are available in your campaign. Now, that's something that not everyone knows, and a lot of people don't read the book in super high in depth. And some people assume that feats and multiclassing are base rules. They're actually optional rules. They're not enabled at default. So, also, I've been following you for a while, but this is my first time watching the stream. I'm so happy. Well, welcome. Welcome. Oh my god, Silverhand, don't start with that. Feat. Feat. Short for feature. Oh my god, I cannot with y'all. I cannot with y'all. Feature. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. But now we are not here to talk about feats. Not yet. Yeah, okay, Gunny, I have so many friends from Texas, okay? It rubs onto you, right? Like when you're with, people from specific regions and their mannerisms and everything, right? Like, howdy y'all. Yeehaw. Whataburger. I've never been to Texas. I've only been to Boston and New York, but I've been to the US a couple of times. Also, thank you so much for the hydrate, Taiko. Don't mind if I do. Right. Okay, we're not here to talk about very localized burger joints in the southern United States of America. We're here to talk about multiclassing. So, multiclassing. Multiclassing allows you to gain levels in multiple classes. Doing so lets you mix the abilities of those classes to realize a character concept that might not be reflected in one of the standard class options. With this rule, you have the option of gaining a level in a new class whenever you advance in a level, instead of gaining a level in your current class. Your levels in all of your classes are added together to determine your character level. For example, if you have 3 levels in Wizard and 2 in Fighter, you're a 5th level character. As you advance in levels, you might remain a member of your original class with just a few levels in another class, or you might change course entirely, never looking back at the class you left behind. You might even start progressing in a 3rd or 4th class, which is rarer, but I've seen it. Compared to a single class character of the same level, you'll sacrifice some focus in exchange for versatility. Prerequisites. And this is the difficult bit for a lot of people. Also, I like how Texas is default for American. So it kinda is. It kinda is, right? Like, take Guilty Gear Strive, for example. They wanted to create a character, and then they went, hey, how can we make this American character extra American? Like a Japanese company. How can we make this character very American? Not only is the name Gold Louis Dickinson, not only is he an absolute unit, he has a Texan accent in the English dub, He has a he's the quote unquote secretary of superior or of ultimate defense or something. He has, a an object from Area 51 that he fights. He has a cryptid collection, and he talks about ordering pizza on in his victory screens. So, I mean, to us non-Americans, Texas is a very big stereotype. So, and also, multiclassing can be blessed or cursed, very much so. Very much so. And we're exactly talking about that. So what I like about multiclassing is that I played D&D for 6 years, 7 years. Also, can I get a yeehaw? Yeehaw, partner. Um, howdy. No, you yeed your last haw and all that. God, some of my friends watch this stream and they're from Texas. I'm gonna get fucking punched. Anyway, so what I like about multiclassing is you can technically use it to create a new class. You can create a character that has a new archetype almost. And that's beautiful. That adds much versatility to the game. You can make really beautiful concepts such as I've seen a barbarian warlock. One of my favorite characters was a barbarian monk. I've also played a rogue monk. You can create spell swords, you can create shadow dancers, you can create pugilists. Um Oh, also Rocco, do you think multiclass paladin artificer have reason to exist? I mean, parry this, you filthy casual, a paladin with a shotgun, what's not to love? Um I really loved a druid cleric multiclass. You can create all sorts of things. You can literally combine any class with any class as long as you meet the prerequisites. Hell, you could have one level in all of the classes. Like, only the sky's the limit. That's the pro of it. The con, and I'm not sure if I can even call this a con, but some wargamers and optimizers want to take this very far, right? They want to create min max machines. They want to create absolute monsters. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I've stressed this before and I cannot stress this enough. Scout out your table. Figure out what your other fellow players like, what your DM likes. Because with the wise words of Professor Oak, there is a time and place for everything, but not now. And I'm not saying that it's not now. I'm just saying it might not be not now. Because some people might be heavily into optimizing. I mean, for example, Pack Tactics on YouTube, they're all about optimizing. But some people prefer very roleplay heavy stuff. And some people like a healthy mix. So, the issue that I can see with an extremely min maxed character in a balanced table is that you might quickly outshine everyone else. Remember that D&D is a team game and that everyone should be having fun. It is a game of cooperative storytelling between you and friends. And you're all there to have fun. And you should also consider your dungeon master because they are also a player. So if you're not stepping on anyone's toes, if you're not affecting the game in a negative manner, then I think multiclassing and optimizing is great. Just have situational awareness. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, I have to go with the same. You want to have the same relative power level as the rest of your party members, I would say. And then it's smooth sailing. But that's not always going to be the case. Some people, because you can optimize even without multiclassing. Well, maybe not without feats. That becomes a bit hard. Um, but I feel like if you play a game without multiclassing and feats, I feel like it gets a bit stale. I feel like you should have at least one of them. Should a Bard Warlock exist? Um, I wouldn't ask should. I would ask, like, I would say they could. But what's your reason for that? I mean, you might have sold your soul at a one night stand, right? Because haha, all bards are horny. You can legit play anything. And I'm pretty sure you can find a way to justify any combination. My favorite character was two kobolds in a trench coat. One was a sorcerer, the other was a warlock, with a pact bound to the sorcerer. Man, three goblins in a trench coat, or three kobolds, or halflings. Never, never ceases to amaze, especially if it's pulled off at a table. So, but for the prerequisites, and I'm gonna try to go through this slow, and I'm gonna try to explain it with layman's terms, right? Because you can go very specific, niche Dungeons and Dragons lingo, and somebody's gonna think I'm speaking gibberish. And I want these streams to be accessible to not only new players, but the most grizzled D&D veterans. Prerequisites. To qualify for a new class, you must meet the ability score prerequisites for both your current class and your new one, as shown in the multiclassing prerequisites table. Now, that is something not everybody keeps in mind. Everybody realizes that you need the prerequisite of your new class, but you also need the prerequisite of your old class. For example, a barbarian who decides to multiclass into the druid class must have both strength and wisdom scores of 13 or higher. Without the full training that a beginning character receives, you must be a quick study in your new class, having a natural aptitude that is reflected by higher than average ability scores. And for example, we can take a look here. And granted, Artificer
Roll for
isn't here.
initiative, suckers!
Also, everyone, roll for initiative as we are about to go and multiclass some cookie characters. Yeah, 15, I can't be mad at that. We take those. We take those. Any sneaky now ones or nat 20s? Not that I'm seeing. And good rolls all around. Some people are going last, so definitely going last. But now Artificer isn't here because Artificer was released later. First in Eberron, Rising from the Last War, and then reprinted and made setting agnostic in Tasha's Cauldron and everything. But those are supplement books. And if you're curious what multi-class requirements Artificer has, well, it is just an intelligence score of 13. I would know this, and because hold on, let me show y'all something real quick. Let me just show you the presentation I made during my subathon. For some extra context, this is my character sheet. I am a level 17 Alchemist Artificer. But funnily enough, when I was thinking about the character design for our Candlekeep Mysteries game, I was thinking about being a multi-class between Scribe's Wizard and Artificer. And someday I want to play that concept because I think it sounds mad fun. But someday. Melissa is a pure class, no multiclassing. Just a level 17 alchemist artificer and a purebred support character. So artificers indeed have a prerequisite of intelligence of 13. Barbarian has a strength of 13. Bard has a charisma of 13. Cleric has a wisdom of 13. Druid has a wisdom of 13. Now, fighter, you can choose either strength 13 or dexterity 13. But for the next three classes, for monk, paladin, and ranger, they are rather MAD, rather mad, which translates to multi attribute dependent. They depend on multiple attributes. For example, with monk and ranger needing dexterity 13 and wisdom 13, and paladin with strength 13 and charisma 13. Now, this means if you want to multi-class, for example, a monk with a barbarian, you need to have 3 ability scores at 13 or higher. 3. And if you want to add a third class to that mix, you might need more ability scores. So if you multi-class, you have to either allocate your point buy in a preferable way, or you have to roll for high stats. Because you have a drawback when multi-classing, usually. Unless you're multi-classing 2 classes that both use your primary ability score, such as Barbarian and Fighter, or a Rogue and Fighter, or a Cleric and Druid, and so on and so forth. Yes, Well of Wolf, and I think that is a good limiter on multiclassing. I think, well, so the game isn't broken that hard. Then we have Rogue at Dexterity 13, Sorcerer at Charisma 13, Warlock at Charisma 13, and Wizard at Intelligence 13. The sheer amount of Charisma classes is the reason why there's so many Charisma multi-classes. Like, that is why Paladin Warlock or Sorcerer Warlock are so popular. Because you're not missing out on a lot. Because you mostly just need charisma. And, well, strength for paladin. But if you want to make a multi-class character, keep this in mind. This is in Chapter 6, Customization Options in the Player's Handbook. So keep this section in mind. And this is not all. There's more. Experience points. The experience points cost to gain a level is always based on your total character level, as shown in the character advancement table in Chapter 1, not your level in a particular class. So, if you are a Cleric 6, Fighter 1, you must gain enough experience to reach 8th level before you can take your 2nd level as a Fighter or your 7th level as a Cleric. Now, if you use milestones, obviously that does not matter at all. But let's take a gander at the character advancement table so you guys have an idea of what I mean. And Mecha Chichu, I'm pronouncing that wrong. Anyway, welcome to the cottage. I hope you enjoy your stay and I hope you're having a most wonderful day. For example, 2nd level 300, 3rd level 900, 2,700, 6,500, and moving all the way up to 355,000. Yeah, not everyone uses milestones. I like experience, but I also like milestones. Depends on the game. Yeah, this is only if you use experience. Milestones, well, you can ignore this. like pretty much completely. But different strokes for different folks, right? Some people might prefer milestones, where some people prefer experience. Um, I personally like experience both as a player and a dungeon master because it gives your players like a because it shows your character's growth. You'll know how close you are to level, and you can see the progress in real time. Milestones a bit. It kind of leaves well, wiggle room, but it's also a bit uncertain. So, but yeah, remember you if you use it's subjective. Yeah, I mean, a lot of things are subjective. And let me just take a drink real quick. A self-redeemed hydrate redeem. I also might be getting sick, and I hope not, because my work kind of depends on my voice. Oh no. Oh no. But sadly, I'm heading off later, Melissa, and thanks for the pleasant stream as always. Glad you could make it for the first 50 minutes, and I hope your day is most pleasant, Tycho. Then, right. Also, if you multi-class, there's gonna be more things you need to keep track of, right? And you need to keep track of, well, multiple class features, but you also need to possibly keep track of multiple hit die. Some classes, such as druids and clerics, share hit die, but not all characters do. Barbarians have a d12, and fighters have a d10. Sorcerers have a d6. So you might have a multiple variety of hit die you need to keep track of. Hit points and hit dice. You gain the hit points from your new class as described for levels after first. You gain the first level hit points for a class only when you're a first level character. So you don't gain those benefits again. You add together the hit dice granted by all your classes to form your pool of hit dice. If the hit dice are the same die, you can simply pull them together. For example, both the fighter and the paladin have a d10, so if you're a paladin 5, fighter 5, you have 10 d10 hit dice. If your classes give you hit dice of different types, keep track of them separately. If you have a paladin 5, cleric 5, for example, you have 5 d10 hit dice and 5 d8 hit dice. Now, that's extra tracking that some people might not like. I personally think it's fine. I have no problems with that. But, it is paperwork. It is paperwork. Then proficiency bonus and cantrip scaling. These are both tied to the same thing. Your proficiency bonus is always based on your total character level, character advancement table in chapter 1, not your level in a particular class. For example, if you're a fighter 3, rogue 2, you have the proficiency bonus of a 5th level character, which is plus 3. So the proficiency bonus always depends on your total character level, not your class level. And as you can see here, until level 5, it's a plus 2. After level 5, it's a plus 3. Level 9 bumps it up to plus 4. Level 13 to plus 5. And level 17 to plus 6. So if you are a 10th level fighter and a 10th level barbarian, your hit die is level 6. Not hit die. Proficiency bonus is level plus 6. Melissa, what are you saying? Okay, I'm gonna take a drink of Coke. I need some caffeine because mom's going crazy. I apologize for the nonsense I'm spewing. But this is to not completely shoot multi-class characters in the foot. Imagine how bad it was if it was dependent on your character level. Or how weird it would get. Then proficiencies. When you gain your first level in a class other than your initial class, you gain only some of the new class's starting proficiencies as shown in the multiclassing proficiencies table. Now, this is something that not everyone gets. You don't get the level 1 features. Well, features, yes, but not the level 1 proficiencies of your new class. You don't get the saving throws, so you don't get proficiency in literally all saving throws. No, that's not how it works. You don't get all the skills, you might not get all the armor. And each class is different. And I will be showing you that now. And also, just for posterity's sake, let's take a look at the example set by Wizards of the Coast. Gary, because, well, Gary Gygax, obviously. Gary is playing a 4th level fighter. When his character earns enough experience points to reach 5th level, Gary decides that his character will multiclass instead of continuing to progress as a fighter. Gary's fighter has been spending a lot of time with Dave's rogue and has even been doing some jobs on the side for the local Thieves Guild as a bruiser. Gary decides that his will multiclass in the rogue class, and thus his character becomes a 4th level fighter and a 1st level rogue, written as Fighter 4, Rogue 1. When Gary's character earns enough experience to reach 6th level, he can decide whether to add another fighter level, becoming Fighter 5, Rogue 1, another rogue level, becoming a Fighter 4, Rogue 2, or a level in a 3rd class, perhaps dabbling in wizardry thanks to one of the tomes of mysterious lore he acquired, becoming Fighter 4, Rogue 1, Wizard 1. Now, you rarely see multi-classes that utilize more than 2 classes. I think I've seen a 3-way multi-class once in my life. Because that is taking a lot of resources from higher level class features and ability score increases and or feats. So it's like, yeah, it dilutes the power, and not everyone's into that. So, and it gets fucky when we start combining 3 different spellcasting. And I mean, it gets really funky. And I'll show you why. But first, we're going to talk about proficiencies. In here on the table, you can see what you get when you multiclass into your 2nd class, or 3rd class, or 4th class, or how many you want. For example, barbarians get shields, simple weapons, and martial weapons. Bards get light armor, 1 skill, 1 musical instrument. Clerics get light armor, medium armor, shields. Druids get light armor, medium armor, shields, and druids will not wear armor or use shields made of metal. Fighters get light armor, medium armor, shields, simple weapons, martial weapons. Monks get simple weapons and short swords. Paladins get light armor, medium armor, shields, simple weapons, martial weapons. Rangers, same, but they also get 1 skill. Rogues get light armor, 1 skill from the class skill list and thieves' tools. Sorcerers get nothing. Warlocks get light armor and simple weapons, and wizards get nothing. So, if you're a wizard and you want to multiclass into fighter, you do not get fighter's heavy armor. So you might want to consider starting fighter and then going wizard. Because you get the heavy armor from fighter, but otherwise you don't. So it's a bit of, I wouldn't say risk and reward. I would maybe say a cost, a benefit analysis, if you know what I mean. And so, and there are some exceptions, some specific edge cases that you need to keep, that you need to remember when you're multiclassing specific classes. Oh, no, Tsuyu, that is from earlier editions. Now, You get no penalties from heavy armor. You only get penalties if you're not proficient. It's cite the proficiency now. So if you're wearing armor that you're not proficient in, you have, well, disadvantage on everything and cannot cast spells. You cannot even cast spells at all. So, but for class features, when you gain a new level in a class, you get its features for that level. You don't, however, receive the class's starting equipment, and a few features have additional rules when you're multiclassing: Channel Divinity, Extra Attack, Unarmored Defense, and Spellcasting. Channel Divinity. Now, this only considers Paladin and Cleric multiclasses. Channel Divinity. If you already have the Channel Divinity feature and gain a level in a class that also grants the feature, you gain the Channel Divinity effects granted by that class, but getting the feature again doesn't give you an additional use of it. You gain additional uses only when you reach a class level that explicitly grants them to you. For example, if you are a Cleric 6, Paladin 4, you can use Channel Divinity twice between rests because you are high enough level in the Cleric class to have more uses. Whenever you use the feature, you can choose any of the Channel Divinity effects available to you from your two classes. So that gives you more Channel Divinity options, but not more uses. Then, this is important. Extra attack. If you gain the extra attack class feature from more than one class, the features don't... My cat is scratching at the door. Okay, she stopped. The features don't add together. You can't make more than 2 attacks with this feature unless it says you do, as the fighter's version of extra attack does. Similarly, the Warlock's Eldritch Invocation, Thirsting Blade, doesn't give you additional attacks if you have extra attack. This is to make it so that, well, you don't get like 4 attacks at level 20. Or 6. Wait. 2, 3, 4, 4. Yeah, 5. Because that would be, that would be stupid. So. Oh, how does Channel Divinity work if, like, the Cleric or Paladin you're multiclass with are different deities' domains? Well. So here's the thing. In 5th edition, Paladins don't have to follow deities. Paladins don't have to follow deities. They can follow their oath. And if you're a paladin and worship a different god, and if you're a cleric or a different god, well, you get all the channel divinity options because paladin channel divinities are very different than cleric channel divinities. And hectic was it's so you can't collect multi-attack and a fighter gets a special with enhanced multi-attack, which I think is dumb. I think it's fine because of balance reasons. So then, oh, this is also an important one: unarmored defense. If you have the unarmored defense feature, you cannot gain it again from another class. This is so you don't get to add your dexterity, your constitution, and your wisdom to AC. That's another balance choice. So, you can't do a barbarian monks and go stupid, go crazy with AC, right? Then, oh lord, there's a lot of text here. Because this is where it gets fucky. Now, before I start talking about this, let me just take a quick drink. Because this is gonna leave me parched. This is gonna leave me so parched. And so... And there we go. There we go. Now I feel like this is the most difficult part of multiclassing, and This is also the same reason why I don't recommend playing a spellcaster as your first character. And this is why I also don't recommend that your first character is a multiclass character. I'd say, before multiclassing, get a feel for the core classes and then go stupid go crazy, right? And, because of that, let me explain you what it does. Spellcasting. Your capacity for spellcasting depends partly on your combined levels in all your spellcasting classes and partly on your individual levels in those classes. Once you have the spellcasting feature from more than one class, use the rules below. If you multiclass but have the spellcasting feature from only one class, you follow the rules as described in that class. Spells known and prepared. You determine what spells you know and can prepare for each class individually as if you were a single class member of that class. If you are a Ranger 4, Wizard 3, for example, you know 3 first level Ranger spells based on your levels in the Ranger class. As a 3rd level Wizard, you know 3 Wizard cantrips and your spellbook contains 10 Wizard spells, 2 of which, the 2 you gained when you reach 3rd level as a Wizard, can be 2nd level spells. If your intelligence is 16, you can prepare 6 wizard spells from your spellbook. Each spell you know and prepare is associated with one of your classes and you use the spellcasting ability of that class when you cast a spell. Similarly, a spellcasting focus such as a holy symbol can be used only for the spells from the class associated with that focus. So I'm going to do a quick pause and talk more about that. That is why it's often not advised that you multiclass spellcasters of different abilities, like intelligence and charisma, because that is going to make you even more multi-attribute dependent, and that is going to stretch you thin. Or, if you only focus on one of the spellcasting ability and then leave the other one as spells that don't require your ability scores, don't scale off your ability scores, such as Armor of Agathis, Fire Shield, False Life, Identify, Detect, Match. There's a lot. But a lot of spells also depend on your ability scores for their spell attack modifier and their spell save DC. So keep that in mind. And then for the focus. Now, only wizards, sorcerers, and warlocks can use arcane foci. Only druids and now rangers with Tasha's Card on everything can use druidic foci. Cleric and paladin can use holy symbols. But if you multiclass, for example, wizard and cleric, you can always use a component pouch. A component pouch is class agnostic. You can use a component pouch with any class. God, I've only been streaming for 1 hour and I already need to go refill my water bottle, huh? Then, this is also important. This helps. This makes it so that multi-class characters aren't shot in the knee too hard. If a cantrip of yours increases in power at higher levels, the increase is based on your character level, not your level in a particular class. Wait, is it hot at the moment in Finland? Hold on. Let me check. It is. I would say it's not hot because it is. It's hot when Melly streams. It is 4 degrees Celsius. I don't know what that's in Fahrenheit. You can translate that yourself. But we're getting close to freezing temperatures, which I've missed. I've missed so much. But for spell slots, you determine your available spell slots by adding together all your levels in the Bard, Cleric, Druid, Sorcerer, and Wizard classes, have your levels rounded down in the Paladin and Ranger class as well as Artificer, and a third of your Fighter or Rogue levels rounded down if you have the Eldritch Knight or the Arcane Trickster feature. Use this total to determine your spell slots by consulting the multiclass spellcaster table. Now, it's kind of painful, the multiclass into, from for example, Wizard to Eldritch Knight or, well, Trickster Rogue, because that is a lot of extra shit you need to do. With, third level, third of your class levels rounded down and all that. So I'd say it's easiest to multiclass either full spellcasters or warlocks and full spellcasters. We're gonna get there. If you have more than one spellcasting class, this table might give you spell slots of a level that is higher than the spells you know or can prepare. You can use those slots, but only to cast your lower level spells. If a lower level spell that you can cast, like Burning Hands, has an enhanced effect when cast using higher level slot, you can use this enhanced effect even though you don't have any spells of that higher level. So, if you're a wizard and cleric mix of, for example, level 2 and level 2, you have access to level 2 slots, but not to level 2 spells. If you're catching my drift, right? So you can use those higher level spell slots to fuel your lower level spells, but you cannot use them to prepare higher level stuff. As for Silver, hi Mel, is there a point where it's better than multi-class versus choosing a subclass? Okay, that's also a very important point. Some classes have features that are very valuable. For example, you really want extra attack as a martial, or you really want uncanny dodge as a rogue, or evasion as a rogue. And subclasses are very important, I would say. Well, Hectic Wizard, not quite. Because let me show you real quick. Where's Wizard? Because wizards can only copy them if they're a level they can cast. I'm pretty sure, but I might be wrong. Let me double check. Oh no, never mind. You're correct. You're correct. Never mind. Um, you cannot prep. You can learn a new spell, but you cannot prepare it. So it's like, kind of the same purpose, but you are correct. And here at Analysis Cottage, we like to fact check things because I am an educational content creator above all else. So, for example, if you are the aforementioned Ranger 4, Wizard 3, you count as a 5th level character when determining your spell slots. You have 4 first level slots, 3 second level slots, and 2 third level slots. However, you don't know any 3rd level spells, nor do you know any 2nd level Ranger spells. You can use the spell slots at those levels to cast the spells you do know, and potentially enhance their effects. Now, before we get to an outlier, Impact Magic, I'm just gonna get more water because holy shit. I have been chugging it like there's no tomorrow. So, un momento, por favor, and I will be right back. Mwah. I swear to God, when I went to refill my water bottle, my cat gave me the angriest fucking look because she was about to go to the litter box. She was like, "No, mom, I'm not going if you're here. Fuck you." And then I left and then she went. But H2O has been acquired, which I'm glad for because I am very dehydrated. So, and a reminder for all of y'all, please remember to hydrate and keep care of your posture and your ergonomics. And hi, 1D&D, hi, welcome. Um, no, I think it specifies wizard because you need to it specifies that it needs to be a spell slot from. Wait, hold on. Hold on. You might be correct. That might be a loophole. Oh, no, never mind, never mind. When you find a wizard spell of first level or higher, you can add it to your spellbook if it is of a spell level you can prepare and if you can spare the time to decipher and copy it. So it depends on your wizard. So no, you cannot even do that. That is not a loophole. That is just not possible. This one here, you know, cancels it, which I think is wow, Wizards of the Coast actually took that into account, and not the fact that Hadozis can wave dash. This company, man, I swear. But then, since we were just talking about how spellcasting works with spellcasting, well, then we have Pact Magic, the Warlock Sugar Baby stuff added in. Pact Magic. If you have both Spellcasting class feature and Pact Magic class feature from the Warlock class, you can use the spell slots you gain from the Pact Magic feature to cast spells you know or have prepared from classes with the Spellcasting class feature, and you can use the spell slots you gain from the Spellcasting class feature to cast Warlock spells you know. Oh, no, hectic. Under your spellbook, when you find a wizard spell in your first level or higher, you can add it to your spellbook. If it is a higher spell, you can prepare. So that means you cannot even copy them. Like it falls flat there, which is unfortunate. But so you need to have the wizard level to have them to copy them. Because you need to prepare them. You need to have be able to prepare them, and you cannot prepare third level wizard spells unless you have at least 5 levels in the wizard class. So it's the preparation bit that kind of adds to it. So, but Pact Magic. So Pact Magic is not spellcasting. Pact Magic is Warlock's own unique thing. For example, let me show you the Warlock class, so you know what I mean. We did talk about this during the Warlock streams, but Warlocks don't get spellcasting. They get Pact Magic, which means, well, they're a bit whack. They get a maximum of 4 spell slots at higher levels, and all Warlock spell slots are of the same level, and this does not use the same resource as spellcasting does. So you can have 3rd level slots from Pact Magic, and you can have 3rd level slots from spellcasting, and they can coexist. Which is also a reason why Paladin Warlocks are a popular combination. And here I mean, this is just a basic spellcasting sheet from that any class could have. but it's here to help you to combine, if you combine your levels in, for example, Paladin plus Cleric, it's here to show what level you are and how many spell slots you have. So it's still helpful, especially if you're just starting out. And that is all the... Also, Lurking Armadillo, thank you so much for the Prime subscription. Appreciate it, appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the emotes. We're gonna have more emotes coming. I'm gonna have a mod team meeting on Wednesday, and we're gonna be uploading some new emotes. And some of them are gonna be cursed, some of them are gonna be very cursed. But that's all the book has to offer about multiclassing, and you might be like, well, that's not a lot. That is 1 or 2 pages. But where it gets more complex is when you start, well, for example, theory crafting or coming up with builds. Like I would say there's 1 or 2 important questions, one and or the other, when you start multiclassing. What kind of an archetype do you want to go for? Or how do your class features synergize together? And I think for the rest of the stream, well, not maybe the whole stream, but we can talk about some examples and some very fun ideas. And I can talk about the characters I've seen multiclass. I can talk about characters I've multiclass. I would love to hear about your multiclass characters, and we could even theory craft some. Now, what would be something that I would like to talk about? Well, I mean, you know me, I am an Artificer main. So, of course, I want to talk about Artificer multiclasses because they're actually... they're a bit interesting. They're a bit interesting. Because I specifically want to talk about Artificer multiclassed with Wizard. And I have 2 examples, which is Battlesmith Artificer and so there's Battlesmith Artificer plus Bladesinger Wizard, and I've seen that quite a lot. Yeah, and also Gunny, that depends on the setting and, well, your DM really. I think I'm fine with not allowing Jews to wear metal because well, balance reasons. Just for balance reasons, personally. Because Wild Shape is already hella busted. Well, not busted, but... And there are like heavy armor and medium armor that are not made from metal. Dragon scale armor, obsidian plate, what's that one? There's like chitin armor, there's actual scale armor. And I think it's just cooler, you know? But I want to, for example, talk about Bladesinger Wizard, multiclassed with Battlesmith Artificer, and the build that I was talking about, which is Alchemist Artificer with Scribe's Wizard. So let me bring up the first one, because it's rather interesting. So we have to start looking at the features together, and if the features synergize, well, you don't have to do that, but a lot of people do that because, you know, small amount of optimization never hurts, right? So you're not playing a literal shoe for a character, though some people like that, and I'm not going to judge them if that's something they enjoy. So, for the Battlesmith Bladesinger, I don't think I need to say that. I think everybody can say, oh, you're making a Gish. That's exactly what I'm making. So let's open up Artificer here. and Wizard here. And the features that first come to my mind are the subclasses. Sure, them both being intelligence-based casters helps with the multi-ability dependency. And, was a half caster and a full caster. Sure, the artificer infusions help, but the main reason I would multiclass this option is why you multiclass Hexblade Warlock and Paladin so often. Because the Bladesinger Wizard is a rather martial wizard. They get extra attack, they get to cast cantrips with their extra attack, they get extra damage on their melee attacks, so on and so forth. But that Bladesinger is known as a very mad class. It is very multi-ability dependent. Because you need intelligence, you need dexterity, and preferably constitution. But what the Battlesmith Artificer does with, let's go down to Battlesmith, with their level 3 feature of Battle Ready. Well, you gain proficiency in all martial weapons, but when you attack with a magic weapon, you can use your intelligence modifier instead of strength or dexterity modifier for the attack and damage rolls. So now you can use your spellcasting stat for attack rolls. With your rapier, with your short swords, with your whip, with your axe, with your longsword, whatever you want. So you can completely ignore strength and dex. And because you are an artificer, you can make your own magic weapons. So you already have this feature. And, well, I mean, who doesn't like a robo-dog, right? And Neo brings up a good question. Because multiclassing Artificer with any other spellcasting class is a bit tricky. Because of one of their class features, which is spellcasting. Because tools required. Because of this text combined with this text here, you produce your spells from your tools. Your artificer spells, but not your wizard spells. Your wizard spells come from your spellcasting focus. But there is also, I'm sorry if you hear the cat meowing, she is screaming outside the door. Aren't you, Banshee? Yeah, she was named Banshee because, well, she screams. But there's one thing. So you don't have to swap between spellcasting focus. There is one thing. And some people might go, sure, just use a component pouch. But using a component pouch, you often miss out on some of the very important buffs that you get from using your tools as part of the Artificer subclasses. But there's one thing that makes it more possible. Also hydrate, thank you so much. Don't mind if I do. There's one thing you can do. And also Squid Mastery, thank you so much for the follow and welcome to the cottage. I hope you enjoy your stay and I hope you're having a most fantastic day. We're talking about multiclassing here and we're going through some examples of some popular ones, of some ones that I've come up with, and some that are just fun from my subjective point of view. And the feature that I'm talking about that makes it easier for you to multiclass Artificer to specific other classes such as Wizard, Arcane Trickster, and Eldritch Knight. It's none other than Artificer Initiate. The feat. Artificer Initiate. Oh god. You've learned some of an artificer's inventiveness. You learn one cantrip of your choice from the Artificer spell list, and you learn one first level spell of your choice from that list. Intelligence is your spellcasting ability for these spells. I mean, 3 spells. Doesn't hurt. You can cast Feat's first level spell without a spell slot and must finish a long rest before you can cast it in this way again. You can also cast the spell using any spell slots you have. So, I mean, you can use wizard slots for cure wounds, healing wizard, anyone. But this feature here is what I mean. You gain proficiency with one type of artisan's tools of your choice, and you can use that type of tool as a spellcasting focus for any spell you cast that uses intelligence as a spellcasting ability, right? So this means you can cast wizard spells with a tool. So you can use your smith's tools, alchemist supplies, so on and so forth, woodcarver's tools, and it's actually this feat that makes the aforementioned Alchemist Artificer and Scribe's Wizard possible. And also Unreal RPM, thank you so much for coming by. I'm glad you can make it. Yes, Heretic, that is exactly. So? I mean, Hectic, that is true, but that is both an attunement slot, and you cannot get the specific artificer bonuses from it, which I'm going to show you right here. So, for example, let's take a look at Alchemist. Specifically, the 5th level spell, Alchemical Savant. You developed masterful command of magical chemicals, enhancing the healing and damage you create through them. Whenever you cast a spell using your alchemist supplies as the spellcasting focus, you get a bonus to one roll of the spell. That roll must restore hit points or be a damage roll that deals acid, fire, necrotic, or poison damage, and the bonus equals your intelligence modifier, minimum +1. If you use a Ruby of the War Mage or a component pouch, you're missing out on this, for example. And now, this feature is what makes the Scribe's Wizard thing fun. Because Alchemical Savant combined with Artificer Initiate and Order of Scribe's Wizards. And now, Orders of the Scribe's Wizard is a very overtuned subclass, and I mean a very overtuned subclass. But the feature that we want from here is Awakened Spellbook. Specifically, the second part of Awakened Spellbook. When you cast a wizard spell with a spell slot, you can temporarily replace its damage type with a type that appears in another spell in your spellbook, which magically alters the spell's formula for this casting only. The latter spell must be of the same level as the spell slot you expend. Oh no, that's fine. Don't apologize, Happy Night. I hope you have restful sleep, and I hope things will get better. So sleep well. Now, I'm sure that some people are starting to see the connection that I'm doing, right? Because Artificer, this does not say you need to cast an Artificer spell. You can do a wizard spell. So you can cast a wizard spell through your alchemist supplies. And that means if you have both Tasha's Caustic Brew and Tasha's Caustic Brew and a Magic Missile in your spellbook, or, you know, any elemental spell, you can now do an Acid Magic Missile that will get a bonus of your intelligence modifier. You can have a fire magic missile, you can have a necrotic magic missile, poison magic missile. And that means each bolt of your magic missile will get to add your intelligence modifier to it. And that's a lot. And that's also cool. You can have acid fireball. You can have necrotic fireball. You can have acid. Okay, but heretic. Magic missile only has one roll. Rules is written. It only has one roll. And we did talk subset Spicy Tail. Is that my new name now? Rules is written. Could you have a healing fireball? No, it unfortunately needs to be a damage. Yeah, rules is written. And I'm pretty sure it's under the combat section. We took so fucking long to find this thing on the wizard stream, so I'm gonna try to do that again. But I'm sources, player's handbook. And I'm pretty sure it's under combat, damage and healing. So if a spell or other effect deals damage to more than one target at the same time, roll the damage once for all of them. For example, when a wizard casts Fireball or a cleric casts Flame Strike, the spell's damage is rolled once for all creatures caught in the blast. Also, thank you so much for the hydrate. And by this ruling, Magic Missile only has one roll, and that roll is not 3d4 plus 3. That is 1d4 plus 1. No, Magic Missile can target more creatures at once. Is the thing. And this has been a hot topic for a long fucking time. And even the rules gnome Jeremy Crawford talked about it. Rules is written, you roll one die, but rules as intended, you roll all die, but your table can't do either. I personally, as a dungeon master, am fine with Magic Missile getting the flat rolls. Because if you're going for a build, for a Magic Missile build, honestly, you've earned it at this point. And again, no matter what damage type Magic Missile does, it's blocked by the shield spell. And there always is the magic item, Brooch of Shielding. And, one uncommon magic item, and you're immune to Magic Missile. So, but yeah, the Magic Missile build is the multi-class of Artificer and Wizard. I was thinking about that, going for Melissa, because a Wizard Artificer that just gives the witchy vibe, right? I'd have a spell book. I'd use it like an alchemy book, like a cookbook, kinda. And I could do all sorts of creative stuff. Acid rain, fire rain, all that. This is one of the coolest things I've come up with. And I would love to play this one day. I would love to play this one day. And also because you become a petmancer. Because not only can you have a familiar, not only can you have a homunculus servant, but you can also get manifest mind. So you can have 3 minions on field. 3 little pseudo familiars that can do shit for you. Like, how cool is that? How cool is that? I very much enjoy that. And there are just no. I would want at least 5 in the Artificer. I would want at least 5 because of the Alchemist Alchemical Savant. But I think it would be a pretty even one. Now, this is also important, people. When you plan your multi-class character, right? it might be very tempting to be like, oh, but I want to see what this character is like at level 20. Like, you want to, oh, I want to do level 10 of Paladin, level 10 of Hexblade. I would advise against this. I would advise against this so hard. Because not every campaign goes to level 20. Nowhere near every campaign goes to level 20. Like, there's only one official level 20 campaign that goes to level 20. But a lot of the times, the games end at level 5, level 10, or campaigns die out because of scheduling issues. So ask your DM, like, hey, what level do you think our campaign will go up to? And be conservative. That is the only time I'm gonna tell anyone to be conservative. So, and also, any opinion on absurd multi-class build, even if reduced numbers of classes and focus more on 2 classes, up to 4, 6. Kiza, I think it's a meme. I think it's a meme. And Reaper Rena Rose, thank you so much for the follow, and welcome to the cottage. I hope you enjoy your stay, and I hope you're having a most fantastic day. We are talking about multiclassing here. Why am I going to miss the multiclassing stream? No fair. Don't worry, there's going to be a VOD. And there's going to be another multiclassing stream on Thursday. And we might be making also Cyber Bun casting a flock of familiars with 2 ravens summoned. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome. Welcome to the cottage. We are talking about multiclassing during today's stream. Melly, what's your favorite multiclass if I have one? And Monsters033, thank you so much for the follow. My favorite multiclass builds that I have played would be either a Assassin Rogue Shadow Monk, which is a ninja or a shadow dancer, or my Monk Barbarian build, my Strength Pugilist Grappler. God, that was so much fun. You could play Potemkin with that. Break people's spines. I enjoyed that a lot. And I'm most likely going to be talking about both of those things this stream. But, Now, we can talk about the very common ones, right? That everybody does. For example, a lot of people do more Druid with any. Also, thank you so much. I am an ASM artist and a voice actress on as my second job, so that bleeds in a little bit into my D&D work. But if you're into that kind of stuff, feel free to check my work out on Ko-Fi. So, what are some very popular ones, you might ask? Well, there's a lot. Because when the game exists for a long enough time, people start figuring out a meta. People start figuring out, the optimizers at least, figure out what's most optimal. And some of the really popular ones are Barbarian and Druid, Rogue and Monk, Warlock and Sorcerer, Warlock and Paladin, Cleric and Druid. I would say those are some of the most common ones. Like 100% the most common ones. And we're going to be delving into those before we talk about more about my favorites. And let's start with the Barbarian Druid because I played this. I admit, I played a Barbarian Druid. And let me talk more about that. Back to top. Let's go Druid and let's go Barbarian. So, what makes this multi-class combination so desirable are two features. One, the Barbarian's Rage, first and foremost, because resistance to piercing, slashing, and bludgeoning, advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws, and more damage on all strength-based attacks, melee attacks. Now, if you combine this with the infamous Totem Warrior, Bear, while raging, you have resistance to all damage, except psychic damage. Now, you combine this with the fact that you have Wild Shape. And what Wild Shape does is it lets you take on the form of a different beast. Or a beast. Any creature with the beast type, and that is of a specific challenge rating. And the specific part here is you retain the benefit of any features from your class, race, or other source and can use them if the new form is physically capable of doing so. So what you can do with this, right, is you can go Circle of the Moon, which due to combat Wild Shape, you can heal yourself using the spell slots in your shape, and this is not casting a spell. You can be raging and using bonus actions to heal yourself using spell slots, which means you can do that while raging. So you basically get the double benefit. Not only that, you can turn into higher forms. You can immediately become as high as challenge rating 1 at second level. And later on, you can be third of your druid level as a creature. Also, I think the headpad broken. It keeps doing that. Let me hold on. I will do, you know what, I will do that. I will let you be there. Right. So, you see what I'm talking about, right? You can be a literal fucking fire elemental that has resistance to all damage except psychic, and whose attacks deal extra damage. Also, hello, how am I? I am doing great. Thank you for asking, Aquarius. How are you? But yeah, you can literally turn into a direwolf, a brown bear, a goddamn dinosaur, a raging dinosaur. You can become a beefy motherfucker. Well, not a T-Rex. A T-Rex is too high. You can become a, So, you need a minimum of 3 levels in the Barbarian for this, which means you have, Oh, the headpad. Wife wanted to know how that's set up. Oh, hey, Cream, you know what? I can teach her after the stream. I will gladly do so. Because, her art has been fucking superb, and I can't wait to drop a really big order on her. So, like, I'm actually kind of glad you introduced me to her, because I think I have a new favorite artist. Like, I have a reliable artist now for promotional material and merchandising and all that. And I've advertised her to all of my friends. So, um, though I apologize for how horny my fan base is, but um, also it's so fucking easy for me to advertise other people, but not myself. That's fun. That's funny. But so if you're level 17 druid, that means you can turn into a creature that is a third of your CR rounded down, which would be 5, maximum 5. Though you can do 6 if you sacrifice your barbarian subclass. And there are a lot of funny beasts we can talk about, which, we can talk about. I mean, Cedric's welcome to my fan base. That's fan art. That's I had to make an NSW fan art tag because of y'all kept spamming my. Yeah, I mean, yeah, underlay true, but early game's very powerful. Early game's very powerful. So y'all got a lot of horny characters. Why with all demons makes sense. I mean, fair. And I mean, I have these big, thick, beautiful horns. So it's just natural, right? Like look at those horns. They are nice and thick and curvaceous. Okay, I'm not here to show my tail. But yeah, okay, one more thing about art, like Cream. You have no idea how happy I was when, Melody finished the pinup piece. Like, I literally screamed when she sent me the stuff. Because she drew me with realistic proportions. She made my body look normal. And that was, like, I had to send her a, big tip for that. Because that made me happy. So, she's a very based artist. Anyway, enough about me imping for my artists. Let's have a look at some of the beasts. Now, granted, when you reach Earth Elemental, Fire Elemental, Water Elemental, and Air Elemental, you guys might prefer this. Because these things are powerful. These things are very powerful. Let's take a look at Earth Elemental, for example. And Fire Elemental, these are my favorite ones. Not only are you resistant to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing from non-magical attacks, you're also immune to fire and poison, to the exhaustion condition, grappled condition, paralyzed, petrified, poison, prone, restrained, unconscious, and Joshua or Hosua, I'm not sure which one, but welcome. Welcome nonetheless. Welcome. Welcome to the cottage. You can squeeze 2 holes 1 inch wide. Every time someone hits you with a melee attack, they take 1d10 damage. And they caught on fire. They catch on fire. They take continuous fire damage every turn. And your touch attack is a moldy attack with 2d6 plus 3 fire damage. So that's a lot. Exuperosion indeed. And also, some people were asking to see the art that I was talking about. Well, it's kind of old art at this point, but at level 20, you get unlimited wild shape, so you can change a different elemental each turn, meaning you basically have 100 temporary hit points. I mean, you can, but we're right now talking about multiclassing with the barbarian druid combo. But yeah, a level 20 druid is fucking powerful on its own. So, very powerful. Hold on, let me check my our tank real quick. Just real quick. And where is it? Oh my goodness, oh, holy shit, I did not see that. I feel bad. But it's this piece. And I'm gonna it's safe for work, but you know, I'm not gonna show it, but you can check it on my Twitter. You can check it on my Twitter if you want. And it's a very beautiful piece. And then for example, earth elementals, they have a lot of hit points. They have vulnerability to thunder, but if you're a bear totem barbarian, that becomes resistance, which means vulnerability and resistance cancel each other out. And your multi-attack deals 2d8 plus 5. 2 times. And you're a siege monster. How cool is that? How cool is that? That's very cool. So, but, I mean, these might be the most optimal ones at first. But if you want to go for something fun or thematic, we can go to monsters. We can set beast as the filter, and then we can filter monsters. And starting with CR from low to high. And let's do CR5. No, let's do CR3 and above. You do, Jess, you do. Because you specifically retain your class features in your wild shape form. What are some fun ones? I mean, wait, hold on. What are these? Okay, these are not ordered. You have dinosaurs. You had giant lightning eels. You had giant scorpions, giant snapping turtles, killer whales. You can turn into an elephant. Giant snakes. This is one of my favorites. Because you can literally swallow people. This is like a giant toad, but a bit better. Yes, dinosaurs like an Allosaurus. You can turn into a giant fucking... No. You can turn into a giant walrus. And one of the attacks is a fucking belly flop. You can't sit on someone and fucking kill them with rage them. You can rage and sit on someone. Like, this is my favorite beast in the entire game. It's a giant walrus. What can you? Yeah, a whole new meaning to sit on my face. Exactly. But there are some good sea creatures. A giant constrictor snake has a swimming speed, but what I personally like is the giant lightning eel. Because you can stun people, you have a recharge ability, and your attacks deal 2d6 plus 3 plus 1d8. This is my favorite aquatic monster in the game. Also, who doesn't want to be a moray? Then what other ones are fun? You can have a stegosaurus. Like, these are dealing a lot of damage, like 6d6 plus 5. Oh, there is one thing. I forgot. There is one very important thing, people. And this might make you like the combo more. The barbarians at level 5, they get extra attack. So if you're a 15 level Moon Druid and 5 levels of barbarian. You get extra attack that you can use in your beast shapes. For example, if a beast shape does not have multi attack, you can do your tail attack twice. And 6d6 plus 5. Magical 6d6 plus 5. That's as much as a fire giant's greatsword. You can, Gunny, you can. And also Mute 041, thank you so much for the follow. And welcome to the cottage. You can also turn into a Brontosaurus, which is, instead of a 66, you can do 68 plus 5 twice. And a hydrate and a stretch and funny Valentine. Is that a motherfucking JoJo's reference? Welcome to the cottage. We are simply talking about multiclassing today in 5th edition's Dungeons and Dragons. I mean, God, it's gargantuan. Oh, yeah, you can be a gargantuan, raging dinosaur. And then other options that you have are a giant crocodile. And the thing about this is, you can either use multi-attack, or you can use extra attack. If you use extra attack, you can use your bite twice. You can chomp on someone, grapple them, restrain them, and then just chomp on again. Give them the, one tap, two tap, knick knack paddywhack. There's a giant shark, and they have a strength of 23. So this is good for aquatic stuff later on, though a water elemental might still be better. You can have a hulking crab. Crab array. The only downside to this build is obviously you cannot cast spells, but you are kind of vulnerable on. Hold on, let me check real quick. Unless you're a specific elemental or a dinosaur, you can be very vulnerable to power word kill. Because you have less than 100 health. But that is also a niche case. Not everyone has power word kill. But, I mean, you should expect it. Higher on. I mean, literally, motherfucking Orcus, the demon prince of undeath, has a lair action of casting power word kill. And that is kind of scary. That is not even kind of scary. That is like, I'm a pee my fucking pants scary. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Orcus kind of do be hurting. Then we have a large subterranean lizard. But it can't swallow people, so I don't like it too much. Oh yeah, I mean, if your DM allows you to use campaign-specific ones, there definitely is aquatic beast here. I think that's just a chaotic evil shark. Yeah, giant shark. And then you can be a triceratops, which is a decent damage. But yeah, I think sure, it's a bit munchkiny to go barbarian druid. But how cool is it to be a raging dinosaur? And when I did that, I did It has a lizard folk. So you're a lizard folk. You're a lizard that turns into a bigger lizard. And I quite enjoyed that. But now that we've talked about a barbarian, druid, we can, for example, talk about druid and cleric. It's a bit simpler, but I'm still gonna go over it. Because that is a multi-class that you can become a pretty nasty healer. And is Whittles, thank you so much for the Prime subscription and welcome to being a familiar. I hope you enjoy the emotes. And I'm gonna do the streamer thing and say everyone who has Amazon Prime, remember you get one free subscription a month that you can use to support your streamers. That feels dirty saying, like, I don't know, I'm bad at self-advertising. But before I go into Druid and Cleric, I will run to the kitchen real quick. So I will be right back. Un momento, por favor. Mwah. And I'm back. What's poppin', y'all? Was poppin', y'all? Um, so Druid with Cleric, right? Oh, thank you so much for the gifted subscriptions, and I hope oh, and Azimar earned that, huh? It's not Tiefling Melissa, it's Azimar Icky. That's cool. Yeah, I'm too fast. I also have a small apartment, so. Well, thank you, still. That helps me support what I do, because I do this as a full-time job. So, I am a full-time D&D nerd. And I'm kinda, you know. So, game rules, cleric. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because of three subclasses, right? One of them, on the cleric side, being none other than light domain. No, life. Life. And because of one thing. Because disciple of life. Also starting at first level, your healing spells are more effective. Whenever you spell of first level or higher to restore hit points to a creature, the creature regains additional hit points to 2 plus the spell's level. So for a first level cure wounds, that is a flat +3. Oh, so hold on. Let me see if I can find that. Really? Really? Well, that's a funny copy pasta. Let me just get that. Hold on. Have you ever had a dream that you had you could you'll do you once you could do so you'll do you could you want them to do you so much you could do anything. You want them to do you so much you could do anything. I mean, I know that feeling on a Saturday morning anyway. So Disciple of Life. I mean, this is already a very good healing feature. But thanks to Tasha's cauldron and everything, both clerics and druids, optional class features. Where are they? Dude, clerics have too many subclasses. They get aura of vitality. I mean, you do that on both if you're a gamer or me. Anyway, So Aura Vitality, later on, a lot of the healing features have said that if whenever you use a spell slot to do, because this is a constant 2d6 bonus action heal, but this is an early subclass, so it does not have the limitation. Whenever you use, not cast, use a spell first level or higher. So that means all of your aura vitalities have a flat +5 to it. But Melissa, you're just talking about cleric. Where's the druid coming in? Well, 3 things. 1, well, pre-errata healing spirit, but since healing spirit has been changed and nerfed, we're not going to talk about that. But there's 3 things. I mean, why would you heal an enemy? I mean, technically you could, if they're in the aura. But why I'm bringing... Also, Rania knows what I mean. Rania knows what I mean. So, you can get the Druid and Ranger specific spell, Goodberry. And you can turn good berries into healing potions. Also, hi, Kitty. Welcome. So, normally a good berry heals a 1 hit point. But because it's a first level spell that heals, you get Disciple of Life on this. No, Kiza, we're gonna... Oh, look at that. Kitty's on the branch. Kitty on the branch. What's she gonna do? Yes, you can get it via Magic Initiate. But I would say it's better to get as a spell you can cast more often. Because Disciple of Life heals equal to 2 plus the spell's level. So if you cast a first level Goodberry, the heal is 4. But Goodberry lasts for 24 hours, right? So if you have leftover spell slots at the end of an adventuring day, you can use those on Goodberry. They're going to last 24 hours and you get your spell slots back after the long rest. Now, this means that you can upcast Goodberry. And no, Kiza, that is coming in 1D&D. That is coming in 1D&D. That has not come out yet. Also, Lycan is right here, peeking behind the DM screen. So, you can turn Goodberry from a single berry to a shotgun of healing. For example... Well, I mean, yeah, that is... I mean, your DM can literally say no to anything. But, rules is written and sage advice seems to agree with this. Because it mentions restoring hit points. And regaining hit points. So that is why it falls under criteria. It doesn't have to be when the effect is applied, it's just the fact that it has a healing effect to it. So let's say you cast a 5th level Goodberry. At the end of your long rest, it goes from healing 1 at a time to healing 8 at a time. Now, not good in combat healing. Raw doesn't spell being over, item not being the spell itself. Barbados and Sage devices. Well, I think that can be debatable, but I don't want to get into rules talk because rules arguments fucking suck. So no, thank you. And also, Yondering Star, welcome to the cottage. But no. So this is not the only reason. The Goodberry combo is not the only one. Why I'm talking about Life Cleric and something else. Because you can combo Life Cleric with 2 things. 2 druid subclasses, which are Circle of the Shepherd, which gives you the entire unicorn spirit totem. Which means whenever you heal someone using a spell slot, everyone in the aura regains health equal to your druid level. Now, this is popular, but there is something that I prefer over this. And that is Circle of the Stars. I'd say this is a very overtuned one, but it's about Starry Form, and specifically about Chalice. A constellation of life-giving goblet appears to you. Whenever you cast a spell using a spell slot that restores hit points to a creature, you or another creature within 30 feet of you can regain hit points equal to 1d8 plus your wisdom modifier. And eventually, that becomes 2d8 plus your wisdom modifier. And the thing about that is, it's not a bonus action. It's free. Not only can you heal someone with your hold on. Not only can you heal someone with your aura of vitality, you can heal someone with heal or cure wounds or whatever as your action. And then you get this on top of it. You get Disciple of Life on both heals, and eventually you get Blessed Healer, which means you also heal yourself. You become like Taric from League of Legends. Wait, new Taric does that too, never mind. So you can just be a healer. You can be support supreme. And I personally am a healer. I am not a damage dealer. Me, Melissa J. Belladonna, I am not a DPS. And that is because alchemists are fucking bad at it. But also because my build, my specifically crafted build, is focused on support and healing. I don't get my fun from seeing the enemies die fast because of my own spells. I get my fun from cranking up my allies to 11, turning them into literal blenders, and seeing them have fun kill everything. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. But we are not here to stare at my tail or other points. We are here to talk about this one. I mean, well, we did talk about this one. Druid plus Cleric is a supreme healer build. And though going back on the Goodberry thing real quick, there's a magic item added in Tasha's Cauldron and Everything called a Moon Sickle. And what does this do? Well, it is a +1, +2, or a +3 focus for druids. It's also a weapon. It increases your spell save DCs, but when you cast a spell that restores hit points, you can roll a d4 and add a number rolled to the amount of hit points restored, provided you're holding the sickle. This is more healing. On the Goodberry. This is a 1d4 on the Goodberry. So. And it depends how far you multi-class. Because if you're a level 17 cleric and a level 3 druid or anything like that, because life domain clerics gets a fun last feature, which is supreme healing. You maximize all healing dice, so that's always going to be a well, it's only for spells, so it doesn't affect Moonsickle, but then Hmm. I was thinking about one warlock build, but that is not a multi-class build, so we're not going to be talking about we're not going to be talking about forest lands because I thought that was going to be multi-class, but no, it's not. Ghostlands is, but Ghostlands uses critical role content, so I'm not going to be talking about Ghostlands. But this is a popular one. Then, I'm just trying to bide my time so I don't have to talk about Warlock Paladin or Warlock Sorcerer, like, please no. But alas, that moment is fast approaching. It even mentioned the Arcana Cleric Star Sport Druid as. Oh, you know what? I'm not gonna mention that. I'm gonna mention Monk and Druid. Because there's two things you can do with that. But before, I mean, Cedric, that's pretty accurate. Okay, so you guys want to know how high my cooking rolls can get? Because I am a. Oh, Dice Bart, thank you so much for the gift subs. I appreciate that so much. And I hope everyone who gained one enjoys the emotes. But I am a neutral good party mom, right? I am a healer, I'm a support, and not only am I proficient in cook's utensils, I have expertise. I have expertise, which means if I just buff myself, I don't. Oh no, we're talking about the most common ones right now, Andale. That works. That also works. But roll 1d20 advantage plus 5 to ability score plus 6 from proficiency plus 6 from expertise plus 5 from Flash of Genius plus 1d4. And also, Espada Collect, thank you so much for the follow and welcome. Oh, welcome. Welcome to the cottage. So, this is a typical cooking roll from me. That's a. What do you mean a lot of dice rolls to another system? What you mean? What you mean? If I do that? Oh my god, my own bot is giving me shit. Okay. So, hold on, I'm just gonna take a, wait, hold on. If I do just plus 12, that should fix it, right? There we go. No, oh fuck, oh my god. I wanna see the roll in action because I like big numbers. Sorry, I'm just fucking it up. That's an example cooking roll. 39. I mean, I make some pretty good fucking food. So the maximum amount I can roll with my cook's utensils when I'm properly buffed is 46. 46. So. And that's why I love artificers so much. Artificers are so much fun. Where are all the bonuses coming from? For reference, because I want to build this. I'm just an artificer with maximum ability score. I have a plus 6 proficiency bonus. I have tool proficiency. I mean, tool expertise, which means I have expertise on my cook's utensils. I can use Flash of Genius for plus 5 to the roll. I can also have guidance, and I can have my homunculus cast enhance ability on me. Hence the advantage. Like, no multi-class or anything, that's just me playing an artificer. Artificers are the tool user supreme. How did we get derailed in talking about my cooking? I don't know. Sometimes just happens. But so what I'm going to talk about now is pretty often seen thing. Because, I mean, people are weeaboos. I'm a weeaboo. And that is none other than Monk and Rogue. Monk and Rogue. Wait, we're gonna need druids. I'm not gonna take that quite yet. Rogue. I know I am Koreans. I am. I mean, do I have to explain myself? You're both dexterity is your damage type. You're both stealthy, and the build that I'm going to be talking about is Way of Shadow Monk combined with Assassin Rogue, a character I've played before, a Shadow Dancer. What does Rogue give you? I mean, Monk give you more armor class, gives you more mobility. It gives you oh yeah, fuzzy. I think Tiamat has that amount of passive perception. Gives you mobility, gives you multiple attacks. And when I say mobility, I mean mobility. You can make mad hops, you can run on walls and all that. You get deflect missiles, which is another defensive option. And you can even trigger sneak attack with deflect missiles on, on other people's turn. Stonefall, extra attack, stunning strike, key, and power strikes. Monks are fun. But when you combine it with Rogue, and specifically Way of Shadow, you as a rogue can cast darkness, dark vision, pass without trace, or silence with a short rest resource. Not only do you have expertise in stealth, you now have a +10 on your stealth as well. Not only, you also get a 60-foot teleport that you can span if you're in Dimline, and guess what? If you're in Barovia, if you're in Avernus, it's only Dimlight. So you can wave dash teleport if you want. You can straight up become invisible. And what combos with this is that a lot of your monk weapons are finesse weapons, which synergizes with sneak attack. But the biggest thing is assassin and assassinate. With your crazy +27 to stealth and invisibility, you are very likely to get surprise. Then what does this mean? All of your 4 attacks are crits. Your attack, so your sneak attack's gonna be a crit, your extra attack's gonna be a crit, your bonus action is gonna be a crit, or your 2 attacks from Flurry of Blows are gonna be a crit. I played a wood elf, I played a wood elf shadow dancer. Oh, I mean, yeah, you can combine Gloomstalker with it, but well, maybe at the end I will talk about possible 3-way multi-classes, but for now we're talking about the most popular 2-way ones. But yeah, Gloomstalker is kind of nutty, and oh my god, this multi-class with Elven accuracy is a lot. Add Shadow Touch to that for even more memes. But since we're talking about monks, I want to talk about monk druids. I want to talk about monk druids. Why? Because of Circle of Spores. You can become a martial druid, which I think is very cool, in a way that isn't moon druid. Okay, so what you can do is just make a monk with a moon druid, and you can get a bonus action unarmed strike. And you can get natural armor. I mean, you can get unarmored defense for your beasts. I don't think That's too much fun. I don't think that's too beneficial because your bonus action still depends on your martial arts die. And that's not going to be a lot. But what I want to talk about is Force Druid. And specifically, Halo Spores. And symbiotic entity. You're surrounded by invisible necrotic spores that are harmless until you unleash them on a creature nearby. When a creature you can see moves into a space within 10 feet of you or starts its turn there, you can use your reaction to deal 1d4 necrotic damage to that creature unless it succeeds on a constitution saving throw against your spell save DC, which monks and druids have the same ones. They both use wisdom. And the necrotic damage increases when you go up. With symbiotic entity, you gain the ability to channel magic into your spores. As an action, you can expend the use of your wild shape feature to awaken those spores rather than transforming into a beast form, and you gain 4 temporary hit points for each level you have in this class. While this feature is active, you gain the following benefits. When you deal your Halo Spores damage, roll the damage die a second time and add it to the total. But your melee weapon attacks deal an extra 1d6 necrotic damage to any target hit, and also hydrate and a stretch. Thank you so much. Now, this means, as a monk, who can't even have Shillelagh if they want, you have 4 attacks, and each one of those 4 attacks is going to get 1d6 necrotic damage added to it. Now, you can combine this with subclasses such as, for the monks, such as where's Way of Mercy, which means you get more damage on your unarmed strikes. Oh yeah, it keeps breaking. It's because it's not on an active window. I need a third monitor. When unarmed strikes attacks aren't weapon attacks, oh right. That is a really no, Runia. Melee weapon attacks. Unarmed strikes are melee weapon attacks, but they're not weapon attacks. It gets really convoluted. So there's a difference between a melee weapon attack and a weapon attack and making an attack with a melee weapon. Since this specifies a melee weapon attack, it works with unarmed strikes. Because that term just exists to differentiate between melee weapon attacks, ranged weapon attacks, melee spell attacks, and ranged spell attacks. No, Fuzzy, we're not talking about weapon attacks. We are talking about melee weapon attacks. They're different things, and I know it's very confusing, but like a natural weapon, any melee attack that isn't with a spell is a melee weapon attack. Whether it's done with an unarmed strike, whether it's done with a natural weapon, whether it's done with an actual weapon, whether it's done with an improvised weapon, they're still melee or ranged weapon attacks. But when a thing calls for a weapon attack, then that's different. It's fucking dumb, I know. But let's not get too caught up on that. Yeah. So it's a bit convoluted, but rules is written and rules says, well, I don't know what rules is intended is anymore. It works. So if you want to just give people a lot of necrotic damage, you could do this. I suppose it's that time, huh? I tried to stall for so much. But I suppose we are meeting with an old enemy of mine. none other than Paladin multiclassed with Warlock. Well, I'm not anti-meta, I just fucking hate Hexblade Paladin dips. They're so boring. Okay, I'm not gonna pop off here. Okay? I'm gonna pop off when we get down there. When did I select spells I need? Classes. Paladin? So, now Paladin and Warlock multiclasses are popular for a multitude of reasons. The fact that Paladins get a fighting style, heavy armor, and they get Divine Smite, which means you can use a spell slot for radiant damage on the attacks up to a maximum of 5d8. But if the target's a fiend or an undead, it becomes a 68. And why is it popular? Because warlocks, paladins, have spellcasting. Warlocks don't. Warlocks have pact magic, which means they have a limited amount of spell slots, but the spell level is constant with all the slots. It caps out at 5th level and 9th level. But the pretty thing about this is, and why it's so popular, why going like 3 paladin rest in the warlock, or 2 paladin rest in the warlock, or as much as you want, is because the feature of pact magic. You get your spell slots back on a short rest. So you can go willy fucking nilly on your smites, on your big smites, and you get them back on a short rest. That fact, coupled with the fact that Pact of the Blade exists, and which means you are a weapon warlock, you gain a magical weapon from your patron that you can further augment with invocations. Invocations such as Thirsting Blade. You can get extra attack without being a paladin, level 5. You can get where is it? You can get Life Drinker. You can add your charisma modifier of necrotic damage to all your pact weapon attacks. And paladins and warlocks both use charisma. So it's not multi-ability dependent. All you need is either strength or dex and charisma. Unless you do something else, which we're going to talk about. Then, what really makes it fun is Eldritch Smite. Not only if you have... Now granted, Divine Smite can be used as many times in a turn as you have attacks. Eldritch Smite can be used once a turn. Eldritch Smite needs a Warlock spell slot. Divine Smite can use any spell slot. So what you can do is if you're a 9th level Warlock, 2nd level Paladin, what you can do with that is hit a motherfucker, knock them prone, deal your weapon damage, and deal 10d8 extra damage. 11d8 if they're a fiend or an undead. That is a no save knock prone if they're huge or smaller. So you can smack a dragon out of the sky. And then if you crit. Oh yeah, no, I get ya, Joe. So it is Wait, is Denmark behind from Finland? I thought we shared the time zone. What? That's wild. It's almost midnight here. So I suppose I'm 1 hour ahead. But if you crit, let's say we're using a longsword. Let's say we're using a longsword. That's 2d8 on a crit. And that's also a d8. And if we crit on a fiend or an undead, that's gonna be a lot of damage. That's gonna be a lot of damage. So I personally don't have a problem with this combo itself, because I think you can create beautiful things, thematic things, such as going Conquest Paladin and Fiend Warlock. As a Hell Knight, you can be a Devotion Paladin and a Celestial Warlock for like a maybe an Azimar even to just be full on holy. You can be Ancient's Paladin and Fathomless Warlock and just, I mean, fish, tentacles, and all that. You can be Ancient's Paladin and Archfey Warlock for like a Fey Trickster or a Rose Knight or whatever. I mean, Oathbreaker and Undying, there's just a lot. Wait, not Oathbreaker and Undying, Oathbreaker and Undead. Undead and Conquest is fucking strong for a fear build. But what I have issues with is the most boring one, the most common one, the most basic bitch one. And that's Hexblade. There is a reason why my Discord service, shameless advertising, if you're not there yet, feel free to join. We are a large community of TTRPG enthusiasts, and we have like 1.1k members. But this combination is the reason why in my server rules, Rule 10 exists. Because Hexblade is just power creep. It's one of the most powerful Warlock subclasses, and the reason is also Masakon redeemed a fine, I guess you are my little PogChamp. Come here. Okay, but the reason for that is they get so much shit. They get all of their shit at level 1. Such a fucking front-loaded character. They get shield, which then you can use as a paladin. Also hydrate. I'm gonna need this hydrate before I pop the fuck off. And a stretch. Not only do you get once a short rest curse that lets you deal your proficiency bonus damage, not charisma, proficiency bonus, which means it is extremely good for multiclassing on all your attacks against that cursed target. You get an increased critical range, which is huge for paladins. And you get hit points when you kill the person. Now, that's fine. What is not fine is Hex Warrior. Because alongside all of these, you get proficiency in medium armor, shield, and martial weapons that no other warlock gets. This thing right here. This thing right here. This thing right here. This is what pisses me off. Okay? The influence of your patron also allows you to mystically channel your will through a particular weapon. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can touch one weapon that you are proficient with and lacks the two-handed property. When you attack with that weapon, you can use your charisma modifier instead of strength or dexterity for the attack and damage rolls. This benefit lasts until you finish a long rest. If you later gain Pact of the Blade feature, this benefit extends to every pact weapon you conjure with that feature, no matter the weapon's type. Why would you ever play another Pact of the Blade Warlock? Because this removes the multi-attribute dependency. You no longer need strength. You no longer need dex. You use your spellcasting class, your spellcasting ability for all the attacks. So you can be a charisma paladin, and charisma paladins are very powerful because their spell save DC goes up, all of their auras go up. And then they'll just get the attack for free. With charisma. This is just so much power at level 1. Which makes this a dip and dip multiclass. Just, you pick it up. Oftentimes you're not even getting a lore reason why or a character reason why. You just pick it up for power. And I think this is overtuned as fuck. Other classes need Tasha's Otherworldly Guise, which is a level 6 spell, or Shillelagh, or Battlesmith need level 3. Warlock gets it at 1. And it's become notorious at this point. Everybody knows what a hexadin is. And it is so basic. This is like as a basic bitch white girl myself. Hold on. Let me even change to my human alter self real quick. As a basic bitch white girl, right? This is the most basic bitch white girl thing there is. Like, what the fuck? It's not interesting at all. It's just power. No flavor.
Smite!
None. It's just white bread. No spice. No spice. And also, if somebody is scared that, oh no, where did the tiefling go? Why is there a human? Don't worry, it's still the same person. This is simply transmutation. This is alter self. And if you're curious why this form exists, well, we did unveil a lore video back during August. And just to prove that we are the same person, I have some side-by-side art. Right? See, the face shape is the same. The hairstyle is the same. The body type is the same. This is simply a temporary transmuted form without any of my infernal features, right? You can also see it here in my swimsuit picture. You can also see here. Just the same person. Same person. I mean, yeah, without infernal features. Without tail, true. No tail. And also the branches have been in the way, but... Oh, no, it's not basic, it's Oathbreaker. It's classic, it's Oathbreaker. Still, I don't like it. It is a human disguise. It is human disguise. Okay, I'm just gonna go back my character sheet. Oh, funnily enough, let me show y'all one thing. Because not everybody knows about this. I do have a human version of my character sheet. And it is very nice. And where is it? Where is it? Ref sheet. Human. It should be this one. Yeah. I do have a human version. That's so big. See? It does exist. I mean, it is lacking something with the tail because this is not the true form. Yes, it is Korean. It is. Where did our instructor go? Okay, fine. Fine. Let me come back, okay? Just a click of a button and take things back, okay? But yeah, I just... If they would have left Hexblade a bit less overtuned, I would be okay with it. But Hexblade is just pure power, no flavor. They could have done a better job with it. It's just power creep. Power creep up the ass. But yeah, I'm personally okay with Warlock Paladins. Just please do something other than Hexblade. It's boring. We've all seen it 1,000 fucking times. Yeah, they should have made Hexblade as a patch, the Pact of a Blade, honestly. At least Hex Warrior. They should have done Hex Warrior as Pact of a Blade. Just even an invocation. That's a bit much. But I'm fine with Sorcerer Warlocks more than I'm with Hexblade Paladins. And that is a thing that we also have to talk about, which is none other than Sorcerer Warlock, also known as Sorlock. Now, what does Sorlock do, you might ask? Oh, let me tell you. Let me tell you what it do. So, there's two things that a Sorcerer Warlock either becomes or they can become both. Either the Eldritch Blast machine gun or a coffee lock. Now, to fully understand how Sorcerer Warlock works, we have to look at spellcasting, pact magic, and flexible casting. Now, a sorcerer is a full spellcaster, meaning that they go up to 9th level spell slots. But what defines them as a class is meta magic and flexible casting. And fauna magic. Fauna magic. At 2nd level, you tap into a deep wellspring of magic within yourself. This wellspring is represented by sorcery points, which allow you to create a variety of magical effects. Sorcery points. You have 2 sorcery points and you gain more as you reach higher levels, as shown in the sorcery points column of the sorcerer table. You can never have more sorcery points than shown on the table for your level. You regain all spent sorcery points when you finish a long rest. Flexible casting. You can use your sorcery points to gain additional spell slots or sacrifice spell slots to gain additional sorcery points. You'll learn other ways to use your sorcery points as you reach higher levels. Creating spell slots. You can transform unexpended sorcery points into 1 spell slot as a bonus action on your turn. The creating spell slots table shows the cost of creating a spell slot of a given level, and you can create spell slots no higher in level than 5th. Any spell slot you create with this feature vanishes when you finish a long rest. Now, we have amount of sorcery points equal to our level, and for our 1st level slots we need to use 2, 2nd 3, 3rd 5, 4th 6, and 5th 7. And then converting a spell slot to sorcery points. As a bonus action on your turn, you can expend one spell slot and gain a number of sorcery points equal to the slot's level. Hydrate, thank you so much. Now, we can make a coffee lock. Without meta magic, we are going to talk about meta magic soon, after. But with this in mind, remember that spellcasting and pact magic are completely different things. And with pact magic, you have a specific amount of spell slots from 1 to 4, of all same level, from 1 to 5. And you can burn these with flexible casting to get more sorcery points. And remember, with pact magic, you regain your sorcerer, your warlock spell slots, your pact magic slots back on a short rest. So let's say you're a sorcerer of a specific level, and let's say you're a 9th level warlock, or whatever warlock level. So what do is you convert your pact slots into sorcery points. Let's say 2 3rd level ones. Then you take a short rest, and then you use those sorcery points to get more spell slots. Then you take a short rest. Then you get your warlock slots back. Rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat. Keep taking short rests, and you have an infinite amount of spell slots, and that is a way how you can have access to spell slots that you normally wouldn't have access. You can create higher level slots. The only thing you have to keep in mind here is you can never have more sorcery points than shown on the table up your level. So you can have an infinite amount of spell slots with this as long as you don't long rest. Now, Xanathar's Guide to Everything came up with a rule to try and counter this, which means if you don't take long rests, you start racking up exhaustion. But Divine Soul and Celestial Warlock, Divine Soul Sorcerer and Celestial Warlock exist, which means your Warlock can get Greater Restoration. And what does Greater Restoration do? Heals exhaustion. So that is seen as the bad thing. That is seen as abusive. What is, and I would never play a coffee lock. What I am okay with, however, and I've even played once, is the machine gun. And what do we have to look at with the machine gun is 3 things. Our Warlock signature, Eldritch Blast. And the special thing about Eldritch Blast, well, it's force damage. Best damage type in the game. It deals 1d10, which is high for a cantrip. And when you reach higher levels, it does not increase the damage of one attack. You get more attacks. So instead of just letting loose 1 beam, at level 5 you let loose 2 beams, level 11, 3, level 17, 4. Now that's all fine and dandy. As that should be as much damage as a normal cantrip, like a firebolt. A firebolt is a 4d10 versus 1d10 times 4. What makes it so good, however, is one of the Eldritch invocations, one of the class features that Warlocks can choose from. And that would be Agonizing Blast. When you cast Eldritch Blast, add your Charisma modifier to the damage it deals in a hit. Which means every single beam gets your Charisma modifier. And eventually, you're probably going to have 20 Charisma, which means you get a +5 times 4. That is 20 flat damage. So now you compare your 4d10 Fireball to your 1d10 plus 5 times 4 Eldritch Blast. And 4 beams is already nice and all. But the machine gun build, that comes from the Sorcerer class, and which is using your sorcery points for meta magic. Specifically, the Quickened spell meta magic. Oh no, it's like, hold on, it's like, it would be 40, 10, plus 20. That's a lot of minimum damage. And Quicken spell. When you cast a spell that has a casting time of 1 action, you can spend 2 sorcery points to change the casting time to 1 bonus action for this casting. So now your 40-10 plus 20 becomes an 8d10 plus 40. That is 8 attacks. Combine that with Hex. Combine that with Bestow Curse. Combine that with Hexblade's Curse. Now, that is going to be a lot of fucking damage. So that's going to be, if you have all of those things up, that's going to be 8d10 plus 40 plus 8d6 plus 8d8 plus 46. There you go. That's a lot of damage. With a cantrip. Granted to other spells as well and a class feature, but still. And that is force and necrotic damage. So if you want to build an Eldritch Blast machine gun build, well, all you need is Sorcerer. You don't even need Sorcerer. Because if your DM is a fucking lunatic, or they want to be kind to you, but you want to abuse their kindness, there's an item. There's an item released. I mean, yeah, but Meta Magic Adept allows you to do that only once. Yes, somebody in the chat guessed it correctly. In Guildmaster's Guide to Ravnica, the Magic the Gathering setting book, there's a magic item called Illusionist Bracers. Wondrous item, very rare, requires attunement by spellcaster. A powerful illusionist of House Demir originally developed these bracers, which enabled her to create multiple minor illusions at once. The bracer's power, though, extends far beyond illusions. While wearing the bracers, whenever you cast a cantrip, you can use a bonus action on the same turn to cast a cantrip a second time. This is nutty for Warlocks and Bladesingers. That's it. You can. You can, Barry. You can. Though, you cannot twin later level Eldritch Blasts, but I mean, this exists. Yep, dual flame blade. Dual flame blade. And also, Yoku Basu, welcome. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to pronounce that the English way or a different country way, but welcome, welcome. Welcome to the cottage. I hope you enjoy your stay, and I hope you're having a most wonderful day. We're talking about multiclassing here. Finnish way. Okay, Yoku Basu then. I mean, torilla tavataan and all that, right? Tortilla tavataan. Um, yeah, I know Finnish. I hate speaking Finnish. I'm a native Finnish speaker and I hate it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, y'all. But yeah, the machine gun build can be powerful until you fight a Tarask. And you might be like, but Melissa, Tarask is only a pool of HP. What is it gonna do to me? Well, let me show y'all. Reflective Carapace. Anytime the Tarask is targeted by a magic missile spell, a line spell, or a spell that requires a ranged attack roll, roll a d6. On a 1 to 5, the Tarask is unaffected. On a 6, the Tarask is unaffected, and the effect is reflected back at the caster as though it originated from the Tarask, turning the caster into the target. It's just gonna be blink, 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 or you're gonna send them back at yourself. Tarasks are immune to Eldritch Blast. So if you dip all your eggs into one basket, and then you have to do this. Oh no! Tarasks are immune to fire and poison. So, Fireball's not gonna help you there. Yeah, I mean, granted, the 5th edition Tarask is nowhere near as powerful as the early edition Tarasks, and also Blaze Kong 64. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it, and welcome, welcome to the cottage. Um, yeah. Mel, I just spent the last 24 hours in your chat and went to bed without leaving. Everyone could hear me sleep. Why do you allow this? That's actually happened multiple times with other people. People fall asleep on the Discord a lot. I mean, people fall asleep on my streams because of the ASMR nature of my voice. And that's fine. And that's fine. ASMR powers, ayo. But yeah. I think Eldritch Blast machine guns are okay. Coffee locks, not so much. You're gonna piss off your DM. And remember, you don't want to piss off your DM because Dungeons and Dragons is everything about cooperative storytelling between a group of friends. Also, hello, you're like the first person I've seen stream D&D stuff lately. Aw. Well, I am a D&D content creator. So, you do have a bedtime mommy voice. Mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry. Okay, I need to whip that out occasionally. I had to practice. I went through phoniatrics and everything for the voice acting side. So, are we sure you're a tiefling and not an ASMR? That's like the 1,000th time that joke has been whipped out. But now I feel like we've talked about a lot of the meta builds, right? The most popular ones. But there's like 2 or 3 ones that are my favorite that I want to talk to y'all guys about. But before I do that, I'm going to take a sip of my Coke and I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. Okay? So I will be right back. Un momento, por favor. Mwah. Okay, I explained why I'm drinking Coke and not Pepsi. So, it's because last weekend I took a vacation and went to a cabin in the north, a cabin with a jacuzzi. And I thought that drinking from a can would be easier than drinking from a bottle. And they did not have multi packs of Pepsi Max. So, you know, I'm just drinking leftover Coke Zero. Right. So, the bills that I enjoy, right, are, well, there's like two. There's Ranger, Rogue, and Monk, Barbarian. And I really want to talk about Monk, Barbarian first. Um, Monk's already open. We can close you, we can close you, we can close you, we can close you, and we can yoink you. And nab Barbarian again. So, why do I like this? Sure, monks can be very cool as the nimble, lithe, very fast martial artists. But sometimes you want to play a beefcake. Sometimes you want to hit a motherfucker. Maybe with another motherfucker. Sometimes you really want to play a strength based pugilist. Now, I understand what some of you might be saying. Melissa, holy fuck, that is so multi attribute dependent. You'd be correct. Because monks and barbarians, for multi-classing prerequisites, need strength, wisdom, and dexterity. And in this build, constitution. Oh, look at that, Barry. You're right over here peeking over the Dungeon Master screen. But in this build, we prioritize strength and constitution over dexterity and wisdom. Which means our armor class is going to be meddling at best, but later on, everyone is going to hit you no matter what. Because when people start having plus 17 to attack, the fuck are you going to do about that? Nothing. That's right. But you're a barbarian. You're good at hitting shit. But it shines in HP, resistances, and damage. Because the most important features, well, I want to stream, but watch you at the same time. You okay being in the background? I want to. Oh, you don't need to ask my permission. Lurkers are just as lurkers are just as valid. So you don't have to ask my permission. That's cute though, but you don't. So the important things here is rage, because it also gives Monk a lot of survivability. You don't have to be a skirmisher anymore. You can be a straight up frontliner. And reckless attack and danger sense. From here, because rage, you have advantage on strength checks and strength saves. You get damage. You get your rage damage in all of your unarmed strikes. Because you can do your unarmed strikes as a monk with strength or dex. You can just get your rage damage on all of your 4 attacks, and then you gain resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. Or all damage except psychic if you're a totem warrior. Then we're going to be using barbarians on armored defense and not monks. Because we want to use our con, not our wisdom, because our wisdom's going to be low. Now, I know what you mean. I know what you're saying. You're going to say that's going to be also Zeronia spawned behind the screen, but on top of Corianas for some reason. Right over there. Your key save DCs are going to be low. True. So you're not going to get much use out of Stunning Strike. But you're there to be a tank and a damage dealer. Reckless attack, getting advantage on 4 attacks. Danger sense, just advantage on dexterity saving throws. Now, combine danger sense with the monk's evasion. Also, deflect the missiles and resistance is huge. Unarmored movement, you get movement both from barbarian and monk. You get to be so mobile, so tanky, and dish out some deeps. But evasion on a tank and stillness of mind is so good. Because you have advantage on dex saves. If you make a dex save, you take no damage. If you fail it, you take half damage. Then you take half damage again from resistance. You quarter that damage. But what I like about this feature the most is the grappling. No, Lycan, this is a barbarian monk. When I played my one, what I liked most about it was the grappling potential. Now, let me show y'all to an old character of mine. A half-orc, monk barbarian multiclass, of the Blue Bear tribe of the Uthgard, with Totem Warrior Bear and Way of the Astral Self. So without further ado, let me introduce y'all to, and this is gonna make some of y'all go crazy, but let me introduce y'all to Molush Grizzlefist of the Silver Marches. Blue Bear. My half-orc, monk barbarian, 6 feet, 6 inches tall, born as a half-orc, as a half-human into a mostly human into a human tribe of barbarians. No, okay. You say You say punch me, mommy, or mommy, sorry. She's not gonna punch you. What she does, however, and I'm just gonna drop in all the art here. What she does is she suplexes you. She's a grappler. She fights like a bear. She charges in and she tackles someone and pins them under her bulk. She has expertise in athletics. She gets advantage on grapple checks. She has the unarmed fighting style, which means she can deal crushing damage to a creature she's grappling. And she was working with another character, a tiefling artificer named Avarice. A tiefling artillerist artificer named Avarice. You know, I mean, extreme homosexuality and all that based. But they were a dream team. Because what Ava would do, if Malush got a poor roll on an athletics check, Ava could use Flash of Genius to add +5 to it, but what Ava could do was cast Enlarge. And what Enlarge does, it turned her 13 feet tall. It gave her a 1d4 on all attacks. But we know why Enlarge was most important. The campaign was Storm King's Thunder. She could have 2 frost giants in a headlock at the same time. And completely rules legal. The way she was a party protector, she would grapple prone 2 giants. And yes, they will hit her. They will deal damage. But she has resistance. And it's better that she takes the damage compared to the, squishy sorcerer. She also, because of the monk multiclass, she has deflect missiles, which means she can literally punch the rocks that the giants throw. Now, that's not even all what you can do as a strength monk, because there's a very fun thing you can. And I'm just gonna drop some more art before, because they're just very cute. Like, look at that shenanigans, right? I miss this character so much. I need to play her again at some point. Very cute. Very wholesome. This was a gift by a friend. Love this artwork. Very cute. Yeah, the half-orc was 6 feet 6. The tiefling was 4'11". And then I have one more. And this was actually a scene from our campaign as we were trudging the Evermoors, also known as the Trollmoors. So, now the reason why I specifically went Totem Warrior, Bear, sure, it's a very good subclass, but it's also tied to the Blue Bear tribe of the Uthgard. And, of the Uthgard people, that is Forgotten Realms lore. So I made her be part of the Blue Bear tribe, and the reason why I did Astral Self is I wanted to go like a spirit walker brawler, like a shaman. And I wanted to deepen her connection to their totem spirit, the blue bear. And that's why her astral self was not a stand. It was the mighty forearms of a grizzly bear. And that would mean all of her unarmed strike damage was force. Force with rage. Force with rage. And hold on. Let me show y'all a thing. Some people might realize where I got the inspiration from. Some people might recognize where I got the inspiration from. Let me Okay, y'all promise not to laugh at me. This is a very old character. This is like when I was new to D&D. Well, no, when I had played for a year or two. And back in the day when Astral Self didn't exist, she was open hand. But the big inspiration for Malouche, y'all promise not to laugh, okay? I am from deep MOBA country. League of Legends swept the country up by a storm when I was in 8th grade. I played the game for 9 fucking years. But I wanted to go with the bear art. Okay, shut the fuck up, Fuzzy. Look. Like... Hold on, let me get this one. Because that's just cool. That's where I got the inspiration for the arms. That's where I got the inspiration for the arms. But less people know this now. Because they actually changed the character. So that skin now looks like this. And that looks nothing like my half-orc. So, you know, people can't hold me as accountable. Anyway, so yeah, the grappler build is fun, and I think, because there's not a good taunt mechanic in D&D 5e, and I think that grappling is one of the best taunt-like crowd control, where you force them to attack you instead of your allies. Because at some point, your grapple checks are so powerful that an enemy is going to have to use magic or attack you to get out. But you know what's also fun about the grappler thing? So, monks get Step of the Wind, right? Which means they can spend 1 key point to take the disengage or dash action as a bonus action on their turn, and the jump distance is double for the turn. Now, jumping uses your strength, which means this is going to help Dex monks a bit, but you get the most use out of it as a strength monk. Because as a strength monk with 20 strength, your running long jump is 20 feet. Your running high jump is 8 feet. Step of the Wind turns that into 40 feet high jump, and a 40 feet long jump, or 16 feet high jump. Now, we just happened to play Lost Mine of Phandelver before that game, which means I was given a specific item. None other than the boots of striding and springing. You can jump 3 times the normal distance. And my partner in crime was an artificer. And guess what's an artificer spell? Jump. So that is 2x, 3x, and 3x. Yeah. So your long jump of 20 becomes a long jump of up to 360 feet. But it's not the long jump that was the fun part. It was the high jump. 8 times 3 times 3 times 2. That is a vertical jump of up to 144. Now, the issue here is, of course, you need to have movement for it. But as a barbarian and a monk, you already have a lot of movement. And then you can dash as a bonus action when you step on the wind. So as a grappler, what you can do is grapple a motherfucker and jump. And pile drive them into the fucking ground. If anyone's ever played Guilty Gear Strive, you know Potemkin. You know Potemkin. As a strength monk, you can do a heavenly Potemkin Basta, right? And you might be saying, but Melissa, you're going to take falling damage. Are we? Are we? Are we taking falling damage? But there's also another thing. There's also another thing that Tasha's added that further makes you stupid. Let me open up the all-reliable Tasha's Cauldron of everything. And let's go into the DM's tools. Natural hazards. Falling onto a creature. If a creature falls into the space of a second creature and neither of them is tiny, the second creature must succeed on a DC 15 dexterity saving throw or be impacted by the falling creature, and any damage resulting from the fall is divided evenly between them. The impacted creature is also knocked prone, unless it is 2 or more sizes larger than the falling creature. And I mean literally, you can pile drive someone. Because I mean, you guys know what I mean. They will take the falling damage of the fall, and if they don't succeed the DC 15 dexterity saving throw, they will also take half of your falling damage. And then the half that's left to you, you can't slow fall. So let's say it's 100 foot. That's going to be 110. That's going to be 10d6. And this only this is damage with movement. You're not attacking. So you still Sure, you use your Step of the Wind as a bonus action, but you still have your attack, an extra attack after this one. So, let's say you fall 10d6, and the enemy takes 40 damage. You crash on top of them. They take another 20. And that 20 that's remaining on you, you can slow fall away. And you're left standing up while the enemy is prone and crushed under your bulk. That is why I like Strength Monks. Because this is not an optimal build. This is silly. This is, you become All Might, right? You have fun. But you can have so much fun with grappling. Not only will your wizards, spellcasters, so on and so forth, with AoE damage, with constant AoE damage, like Wall of Fire, they will love you because you're going to be pushing people into it, pulling them out, dragging them across the spike growth. But I love the All Might leaps. You can do an All Might leap. Just fun. Just fun. And that is why this half-orc in some sick boots will forever be my favorite character. Oh, Wolf, you missed a lot. You missed a lot. Also, we're apparently going to be wrestling with giants, so everyone, roll for initiative. Yeah, man, I don't know. I like Strength Monks. Look, I'm queer as hell. Of course I love a beefcake, right? Cheese grater abs. Who doesn't? Anyway, so that was one of my favorite multi-classes. There's a couple of more. There's another more niche Druid Cleric. And Rogue Ranger. So, about the Druid Cleric, not a lot of people realize this, and it's been made better thanks to Tasha's and Meta Magic Adept. So people often think, oh, just do, just do Storm Cleric, Tempest Cleric, and Storm Sorcerer, right? But the issue with that is that Sorcerer is Charisma, whereas Cleric is Wisdom. But if you want to make a really mean Lightning Slinger build, for example, a Worshipper of Talos, the god of vengeful storms, you can do Mountain Druid with Tempest Cleric. And let me show you why. Game rules, Druid, and back here, and game rules, Cleric. So everybody knows Tempest Cleric as one of the, Thor, right? It is the thunderbolt and lightning, very, very frightening me. That's the subclass. Now, what Tempest gets, I mean, they get some pretty banger spells. They get Call Lightning and all that. But what he gets is Channel Divinity, Destructive Wrath. Starting at 2nd level, you can use your Channel Divinity to wield the power of the storm with unchecked ferocity. When you roll lightning or thunder damage, you can use your Channel Divinity to deal maximum damage instead of rolling. And you can have up to, because it is your Channel Divinity. You can have up to 3 of them, but for this multi-class, You can only have two. But there are magic items that let you have more, and they come back on short rest. But why Druid? And why Circle of the Land, specifically one of the least played Druid classes? Well, a bonus cantrip is nice. Natural recovery is nice. It's arcane recovery, bought for druids. But it's the circle spells that we want. And we want mountain. Why do we want mountain? Lightning bolt. That is 8d6 damage. Maximized. So not we have a wisdom-based lightning bolt. And you might be saying, yeah, just 5 levels is Druid. But thanks to Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, we have access to a feat that basically spits in the eyes of sorcerers, but we have meta magic at it. So we can turn any spell that deals. If we take the take this, we have 2 sorcery points, and then if we get transmuted spell meta magic, if a spell deals acid, cold, fire, lightning, poison, or thunder, you can change to any of the other types. Now, when my DM asks me if I read the handbook, I'll tell him my wife will read it to me. Aww. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, that's why I'm here. A lot of people don't like reading the books. So, and hey, I have an ASMR voice, so why not come here and learn and either fall asleep or get your rocks off or whatever your ASMR fans do. So transmuted spell. What can we do about this? What can we do with this? Let's take a look at some of the druid spells, shall we? Druid. What we can do, let's see when we can get to the fun ones. We're gonna need level, we're gonna need like 3rd level or 4th level is when it comes back. Why did I come in the stream into getting your rocks? Well, I was simply saying that some. No. Because there's 2 types of ASMR people. There's on the one side you have the, oh, this helps me fall asleep. Thank you so much. And the other half is, I've been having an erection for 4 hours. Please help me. The amount of horny ASMR customers I've had is unreal. I'm sorry, but that's just ASMR fans can be very horny. So, oh, Fuzzy Bear, you're fine. You're fine. I'm not. I don't gatekeep, and I'm an extremely sex positive person. So, if you get sexual arousal from ASMR, I won't judge you. Horny jail. When I'm getting my own raven, a guilty werewolf, no, because transmute meta magic only works with spells. Okay. You know what, people? Fair. Let me get a Melissa Chibi to put in there. Which one? There's so many. I have so many good ones. I am a whore for chibis. Okay, let's do the cursed one. Let's do the cursed one, shall we? The fan art that I got. Wait, why is it not? Why is it not here? Hold on. Shut the fuck up. Shush. Hold on, I need to go to my DMs and actually find it. Where is it? Okay, I found it. I think I found it. Great. This is worthy to get like off. I mean, this is digging in the stream time. That's fine. This is worth it. Um, so a good friend of mine and one of my mods. Also, thank you so much for the hydrate. They did fan art of me and my VTuber wife, Spicy. They just didn't tell me that would be cursed. This is also inaccurate because Spicy is 2 inches taller than me. So we're gonna put that chibi into the horny gel. You know what? You know what? We're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. It's fucking long face, Melissa. Jesus Christ. Ah, okay, okay. Yep. That's cursed. I don't like that. Ma'am? Please. This should be a war crime. Oh no, I lost access to the thing. Oh no. Okay. There we go. Long tiefling. What the fuck are we doing, people? Why are we still here? Just to suffer. Where she fucking belongs. No, it's not a long man, it's a long ma'am. Right, we were talking about druids, right? We were talking about druids. Okay. Yeah, I'm an educational Dungeons and Dragons content creator, people, but this would not be a Dungeons and Dragons stream if we wouldn't be getting sidetracked. It's just normal to get sidetracked. So some really fun spells that we can utilize with transmute meta magic when we start getting here. When you start getting here, I'm not even gonna say Ice Storm. It's not. Ice Storm does not deal enough damage for me to like it. But we have Wall of Fire that we can turn into a Wall of Lightning, and it lasts for an entire bloody minute. We have... Well, Maelstrom's just a cool spell that doesn't do anything that. Where is... Oh, right, some druids get Cone of Cold. Hold on. Well, let me go back to Tasha's real quick. Because there's some optional class features they get. Yeah, druids get Cone of Cold. There is Cone of Cold maximized 8d8 lightning damage. Incendiary Cloud. But it's a lightning cloud. We have... I mean, any of the investiture spells but lightning. But Firestorm. A maximized Firestorm. You know? That is 70 lightning damage.
Use Fireball and only Fireball. Nothing but Fireball. Just Fireball.
Just Fireball. Just Fireball. That is a lot of lightning damage and a huge AoE. No, granted, if you have Call Lightning, right? If you have Call Lightning, that is 3d10. If it's cast at stormy conditions, that is 4d10. And every up level you cast it, that's going to be another 1d10. So a level 9 Call Lightning in stormy conditions is going to be 10d10 damage around. But speaking of Call Lightnings and Tempest Clerics, So in the game, when I played my Shadow Monk, Assassin Rogue, the Shadow Dancer, we had a Cleric Fighter. We had the Cleric Fighter in our team. They had only 2 levels in Fighter, everything else in Cleric. So what they would do, they would use their action to maximize the action to cast Call Lightning, upcasted Call Lightning, and then maximize it. Then they would action search another bolt from the Call of Lightning and also maximized because they were high enough level in Cleric to get multiple channel divinities. They legit one-shot a boss. A boss that was riding a dragon, they charred her to smithereens. Tempest Clerics and multiclassing gets scary. Very scary. But yeah, basically this is why I like Druid Clerics a lot. Because they have a lot of different things they can transmute into lightning. You can also do Sorcerer Druid, but at that point, you have to decide if you want to focus Charisma or Wisdom. And at that point, you should probably focus Charisma. Because there are so many blasting sorcerer spells that you can transmute to lightning and then maximize. So I would say maybe 6 levels into Cleric, everything else in the Sorcerer, and that's it. That's a very fun one. Though on the topic of other fun multiclass, you already saw what this can do. Yeah, Fuzzy, the issue is that fire is very resistant and immune. Lightning and thunder, though, not as much. Granted, elemental adept helps as well, but that's a feat. And you want to increase your already multiclassing, and you want to up your ability scores. So. Oh, that's not, that is not 5th edition. That is not, that's homebrew. Yeah, no, Pyromancer does not exist in 5th edition. That's homebrew. And here on these streams, I purely talk about the books. Also, headpads? Headpads. Why are the headpads not working? None. Well, okay, I'm gonna redeem some headpads. So, wait, did the headpads actually break? Oh no. Oh, because it just disconnected me from the thing for some reason. Okay, I owe Yala headpad. There we go. So, oh yeah, if it's a 5e app, that's, I would not trust anything that's not officially from Wizards of the Coast, because that can have homebrew. Oh yeah, Unearthed Arcana, true. As for Blood Hunter being the best class to multiclassing, the Blood Hunters are not official. That's the issue. You can't play Blood Hunter in official games, Adventures League, or anything. It is Matthew Mercer's homebrew. So, that's why I'm not bringing Blood Hunter up. What is sitting in horny jail? Me. I am. It's me. Yeah, it's me. And what did I do? I talked about ASMR and people getting their rocks off. So, anyway. So the next, one of my favorite builds, multi-classes, is Ranger Rogue. And, well, specifically 2 subclasses. Scout Rogue and Beastmaster Ranger. Now, before you get your pitchforks, I am talking about Tasha's Beastmaster, Player's Handbook Errata Beastmaster. The playable Beastmaster, right? So let me go to Ranger, first of all, and then let me go to Rogue over here. What makes this combination fun is you're combining a Ranger class, a Nature class, with a Nature subclass. And for example, let's go to optional class features that were brought in. Tasha's. We get an expertise from Ranger. We get more languages from Ranger. We get more speed from Ranger with kind of climbing speed and swimming speed. And we can reduce exhaustion as a Ranger. Combine this with the fact that rogues already get 4 expertise. Then you go down to Scout. Scout gets 2 free expertise. Scout gets a lot of mobility. And I mean a lot. Advantage on initiative. More speed. And this walking speed increase, if you get this before the level 6 Ranger feature. And if you have mobile. And for example, let's say you're a Wood Elf with 35. You get superior mobility for 45. You get mobile, because rogues get extra feats, for 55. And then you get canny from Ranger. Roving. You're going to have a base speed of 60. I know, you're going to have a walking speed of 60, swimming speed of 60, and climbing speed of 60. You are a survivalist. And where does the Beastmaster come from? Where does the Beastmaster come in? Well, no matter if you're playing Tasha's Beastmaster or the Player's Handbook Beastmaster, I would even say that the Player's Handbook Beastmaster is better in this case. Because you have extra attack. You can use one of those attacks to command your beast to attack. And then they get to attack more times. But then you also get one attack for yourself that you can use for sneak attack. And your beast can simply trigger a sneak attack for you. It acts on your initiative. You can move it for free. Yeah. It's just you're an ultimate nature survivor. You are even more of a ranger. You have dummy mobility. You have an animal companion. You have mad survival skills. You are good with nature. You're good with survival. You're good with poisons. Look, call me a hippie, but I'm being born and raised on the Finnish Arctic. I am a daughter of the Tundra region. Well, no, the conifer region. And that is why I am a Ranger stan for life. Ranger was my first ever character that I made. And it's just a lot of fun. Sure, Ranger might not be the most strong class there is in 5th edition, because Wizards of the Coast has done them dirty. But Tasha's fixed Ranger to where they're playable. And now Rangers are no longer the worst class. And that would be Monk, unfortunately. But I don't know, I want to play one of these classes again, yeah, all the Ranger subclasses seem fun. I would love to play a wisdom-based Swarmkeeper that focuses on cheese grating. I like Swarmkeeper that do bees pile in the body of their master. Dr. Bees! Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Aragorn is pretty based. Legolas is not a ranger. Legolas is a fighter with a bow. A bow-wielding ranger and a bow-wielding fighter are So different things. Because a ranger does not have to use a bow. Dual wielding rangers, heavy weapon wielding rangers. One of my favorite rangers was a half orc with a halberd. A half orc hunter ranger with a halberd, polearm master, and grey weapon master. So much fucking fun. Crits up the ass. Like, seriously. But do you people have any favorite multi-classes of your own? I would love to explore those if you guys want to talk about them. Because I'm finished talking about my favorite ones and the meta ones. And, well, we've been streaming for 4 hours, so I wanna, give you guys a bit more content before skedaddling to bed. So, but because you guys been redeeming them hydrates, I'm gonna take another quick trip to the bathroom. So, un momento, por favor. Mwah. And I'm back. Let's see. Monk Scout. Okay, that's fair. Going super speed. Sorcerer Monk. That's an interesting one. Monk Druid. Yeah, Monk Druid. It's fun. We went over that. Artificer Wizard. We also went 2 different versions of that, which is also very fun. Shadow Monk with some Warlock spice. Ooh. Swashbuckler Sword Bard, charismatic, sword wielding. A Hexblade Monk, true. Rogue One, Eldritch Knight 4, Sword Bard 7, AC up the ass. Well, that's true. 8 level Swashbuckler, 6 levels War Magic Wizard. Oh. That actually does remind me of something. There is one build I want to talk about. Because that just came back to my memory. The last one that I personally want to talk about is none other than Barbarian Warlock. And you might be asking, well, why is that? It's because of some of the spells on Warlock. A lot of them don't need concentration. Also, thank you so much for keeping up the subscription, Azura, and thank you so much for being such a darling familiar. Mwah. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. But Warlocks get spells such as, okay, so Armor of Agathis, right? Temporary hit points, no concentration. When they smack you, they take damage. You pop a few buffs, enter rage, and go sicko mode. And you can also go Pact of the Blade. Eldritch Smite does not need spellcasting. It's just a slot. And also a thing that a lot of people sleep on is... Where is it? Tomb of Levistus on Barbarian, just a stupid amount of fucking temporary hit points. 10 temporary hit points per Warlock level. Mirror image, not concentration. Then one thing I want to talk about, and a lot of people sleep. Oh yeah, it's not a spell. A lot of people sleep on Sign of Ill Omen because casting Bestow Curse once for the Warlock spell slot. And let's go take a look at Bestow Curse. If you cast it using a spell slot of 5th level or higher, the duration is 8 hours. 8 hours. And using a spell slot of 5th level or higher grants a duration that doesn't require concentration. A mad fucking debuff that doesn't require concentration. You can give them disadvantage on ability checks and saving throws using a specific ability score. Great if you're a grappler. While cursed, the target has disadvantage on attack rolls against you. While cursed, the target must make a wisdom saving throw at the start of each of its turns. If it fails, it wastes its action, doing nothing. Or while cursed, your attacks and spells deal 1d8 necrotic damage. So this can combo very well if you're a Warlock Barbarian. And now some people might say, oh, go Hexblade. But Barbarian needs strength. But even then it's okay, because increased crit range on a Barbarian is nutty. So. But it's a fun combo. I actually seen it in play. I've never played it myself. But there was a Hexblade Warlock, Beast Barbarian in one of my games, and we actually finished that campaign. So I saw how disgusting that can get. So. Also, lol, man. What do you mean, E-Rock? What do you mean, lol? What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? What the tiefling doing? No, I actually... Okay. So what you need to finish a campaign is a group of close friends who all share the love for D&D and who are willing to compromise. I have finished 2 campaigns with the same group. The first campaign went over 2 years or 2.5 years. And it started with Lost Mine of Phandelver, went in the Prince of the Apocalypse, and it ended in Karator. The second campaign started in Candlekeep Mysteries and ended with us finishing Descent into Avernus. And fun fact, that game, that completely finished campaign, was the game where I met Melissa. This is not a persona I made for content creation. No, this is an actual D&D character who I finished the whole 2 campaigns with. I know scheduling is rough, especially when you have to live as an adult and you have things you need to do and all that. But with the right group of friends, it's possible. It's very much possible. And I have faith that all of you can achieve that at some point. Like, no, actually, I wanna show a thing about this real quick. I'm just gonna have to disable a couple of things, which would be browser. And also, this is my when shit breaks. This is my cute screen. Look how adorable it is. Bring up a fix. And another chibi Melissa. Chibi Melissa's best Melissa. But it's not this that I wanted to show. It's my background of my cottage. And I know it might be hard to see on Twitch, but you see those portraits. You see those portraits on the left. Well, you can see Lulu from Descent of Avernus. You can see my beloved Spicy, but you can also see me posing with my adventuring party in the bottom middle one. And there's so many Easter eggs in this. Yes, it's animated and I fucking love it. I love it. I'm brewing up a fix and browser. But with that in mind, we are done talking about multiclassing. So let me just real quick open up Twitch and pause a specific redeem because they're not working on this other screen quite yet. Hi. So for those new here, I mean this is still kind of using the same series that I've been doing for months. But I stream every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday at the same time. And for this week's Thursday stream, we will actually be creating a multi-class character from scratch. And then on Saturday, we're going to do some video games. We're going to be finishing Cult of the Lamb, which means you guys are forcing me to play a horror game next week. I don't like horror. I cannot deal with horror. But I'm going to be ending the stream here. And while I do that, I want to do my entire spiel of things. If you want to keep, in touch, or if you want to keep, in track of updates and everything, you can check my Twitter and my Discord. Feel free to join it. Those are the best places to find out what I'm doing at the given time. If you're into the ASMR sides of things, you can check my Ko-Fi. I do commission work. I also do commercial projects and all that. Then I would like to give a huge thank you and a huge shout out to the sponsor of these streams, who I'm affiliated with, which is Tabletop Witchy. And they sell beautiful dice and dice-related accessories. So if you're interested, feel free to check them out and use code TieflingMelissa for 10% off your entire order. I love their dice necklaces. They're just so fucking pretty. They are absolutely fucking pretty. Then, if you like the random ravens and the custom ones, well, there's subscriber benefits. So if you're a tier 2 or a tier 3 subscriber, you get a custom raven made after your OC, and tier 3s even get a custom Discord emote. And to add to that, Twitch has an event for the month of September called September, where you can have up to 30% off of subscriptions. So if you want to support what I do, subscriptions help. But that is all for today's stream. And yeah, what ACOG said, I'm not brave enough to say that, because that makes me just feel like a streamer. I mean, which I am, right? But I'm gonna be heading to bed. I don't have any people to raid right now today, so I'm just gonna be heading to bed. I will see you all on the Discord, and hopefully to see you all on Thursday's stream. So, I want to wish you all a good night, and I hope that your days and your nights go good. And thank you so much for spending another wonderful stream with me, and I had fun. And I love all of you, my precious little familiars, my ravens, my birds. And see you guys in the Discord, and see you guys in Thursday stream. So, ciao. Good night. Mwah. And was my stream over thing? Here it is. See ya.